The ocean depths hold secrets that defy our understanding, bizarre creatures that seem to break the rules of biology, strange sounds that echo through the darkness with no identifiable source, ancient species that have remained unchanged for millions of years, defying evolution itself, and vast, unexplored regions where anything might be lurking, watching, waiting. These aren't myths or legends conjured by superstitious sailors. These are real, documented mysteries that marine biologists and oceanographers still struggle to explain. From massive unidentified sounds heard across thousands of miles of open ocean to humanoid figures glimpsed in the Antarctic waters, today we're diving deep into some of the most perplexing unsolved mysteries of the world beneath the waves. So sit back, relax, grab a snack, and let's plunge into the mysteries where science meets the unknown depths of our planet's last true frontier. The deep ocean remains Earth's final unexplored wilderness. While we've mapped the surface of Mars and sent probes to distant planets, over 80% of our own ocean floor remains completely uncharted. The crushing pressures, impenetrable darkness, and sheer vastness of the deep sea create the perfect environment for mysteries to thrive, undisturbed by human eyes. What ancient creatures might still patrol these lightless realms? What evolutionary marvels have developed in isolation? And what sounds and signals from the deep continue to baffle our most sophisticated equipment? Before we dive into it, here's a quick note. The visuals in this video aren't necessary to enjoy the stories. They make it more dynamic, but you can keep up with the stories strictly through the audio. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or even fall asleep to these perplexing mysteries. And if you'd like to support me making these videos, consider subscribing to the channel. Let's begin our journey through the strangest mysteries of the deep sea. In the vast, crushing darkness of the ocean's depths, sound travels differently. It moves faster, reaching farther, bouncing off underwater mountains and canyons in ways we still don't fully understand. The ocean has its own voice, the gentle lapping of waves, the clicks and whistles of dolphins, the haunting songs of whales that can travel for hundreds of miles. But sometimes, something unexpected breaks through this underwater symphony. Something that makes scientists stop and wonder if there might be creatures down there that we've never seen, never documented, and perhaps never even imagined. This is the story of the Bloop, perhaps the most mysterious underwater sound ever recorded, a sound that defied explanation for years and still leaves room for wonder today. In the summer of 1997, something extraordinary happened in the Pacific Ocean. The underwater microphones of the NOAA's, that's the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's SOSUS system, picked up an ultra-low frequency sound that rose rapidly in frequency over about 1 minute. SOSUS, originally designed during the Cold War to detect and track Soviet submarines, had instead captured something completely unknown. What made the Bloop so unusual wasn't just its volume, though that was remarkable enough. The sound was detected by sensors over 3,000 miles apart. Think about that for a moment, a sound so powerful it was heard across almost half the width of the Pacific Ocean. But even more intriguing was the sound's profile. It resembled sounds made by living creatures, but no known creature could possibly be large enough to produce a sound that loud. The origin of the Bloop was triangulated to a remote point in the South Pacific, about 1,500 miles west of the southern Chilean coast. This wasn't just any location. It was unsettlingly close to the fictional location of the sunken city of Arlai from H.P. Lovecraft's stories, where the cosmic entity Cthulhu was said to lie dreaming beneath the waves. For those with an imagination fueled by tales of ancient monsters, the coincidence was almost too perfect to ignore. Scientists were baffled. If it was biological in origin, what kind of creature could possibly make such a sound? Blue whales, the largest animals known to have ever existed on Earth, can produce extremely loud, low-frequency sounds that travel vast distances underwater. But even these leviathans couldn't account for the Bloop. The sound was far too powerful, too structured, and somehow different from any known whale vocalization. This is where the speculation began. If the largest animal we know couldn't make this sound, could there be something even bigger lurking in the unexplored depths? The ocean's deepest regions remain one of Earth's last true frontiers. We've mapped more of the surface of Mars than we have of our own ocean floor. The crushing pressures and absolute darkness of the deep ocean create an environment where strange, unexpected life forms could potentially evolve and remain hidden from human eyes. Some researchers suggested the possibility of an unknown species of giant squid. We know the colossal squid can reach lengths of up to 46 feet, but some believe even larger specimens might exist in the deep. Could there be a truly massive cephalopod down there, one capable of producing sounds we've never recorded before? Others proposed more exotic theories, perhaps some kind of massive prehistoric creature, something like a plesiosaur or a megalodon, somehow surviving in the deep ocean, isolated from the surface world that believes them long extinct. The location added to the mystery. The South Pacific is home to the Point Nemo oceanic pole of inaccessibility, the point in the ocean furthest from any land. It's so remote that the closest humans are often the astronauts orbiting in the International Space Station above. If there were a place on Earth where an enormous unknown creature could remain hidden, this would be it. But as the years passed, scientists continued to study the bloop and other unusual ocean sounds. Eventually, a more probable explanation emerged. In 2012, NOAA scientists concluded that the bloop was consistent with the sound of an ice quake, the cracking, breaking, and shifting of massive ice shelves in Antarctica. As huge chunks of ice break away from the main shelf, they can create tremendous low-frequency sounds that propagate through the water for extraordinary distances. It was a rational explanation, one backed by scientific evidence. Similar sounds had been recorded and matched to documented ice shelf breakages. The mystery, it seemed, was solved. But was it really? Some aren't entirely convinced. The timing and location of the bloop don't perfectly match with known ice shelf activity during that period, and the structure of the sound, while similar to ice quakes, isn't identical. There's also the matter of other unexplained ocean sounds that have been recorded over the years. The Julia, the slow down, the upsweep, each with their own unusual characteristics, each defying immediate explanation. The ocean, it seems, has many voices we don't yet fully understand. And that's what makes the bloop such a compelling mystery, even years after its likely explanation. It reminds us that our planet still holds secrets, still has the power to produce phenomena that make even seasoned scientists pause and wonder. In the age of satellites, global communications, and instant information, there's something almost comforting about the fact that the Earth can still surprise us, still present us with puzzles that take years to solve, if they can be solved at all. The bloop also serves as a window into how we think about the unknown. Why were so many people initially drawn to the idea that it might be caused by some enormous living creature? Perhaps it speaks to our ancient relationship with the sea, that vast, powerful realm that has inspired both awe and terror throughout human history. From the legends of the Kraken to modern cinema's fascination with sea monsters, we've always populated the ocean's depths with creatures that embody our fascination and fear of the unknown. In reality, the ocean doesn't need mythical beasts to be amazing. The confirmed existence of creatures like the giant squid, which was only first filmed alive in its natural habitat in 2012, or the bizarre anglerfish with its bioluminescent lure, or the recently discovered ruby sea dragon, all remind us that the actual life forms in the deep can be just as astonishing as anything we might imagine. And yet, when we hear something like the bloop, something that briefly defies explanation, it awakens that part of us that wants to believe there might still be genuine monsters out there. Not malevolent beasts, necessarily, but creatures so different from anything in our experience that they might as well be from another world. This is why, despite the scientific explanation, the bloop has secured its place in the anthology of ocean mysteries. It represents that moment of wondering, that brief window where the impossible seems possible, where the mind is free to contemplate what might be down there in the crushing dark where sunlight never reaches. Today, as our technology improves, we're getting better at monitoring and understanding the ocean's many sounds. New hydrophone networks, more sophisticated analysis tools, and growing databases of identified sounds all help scientists quickly categorize what they're hearing. But the ocean is vast, and we've only listened to a tiny fraction of it. Who knows what other sounds are out there, waiting to be heard? What other mysteries are pulsing through the deep, perhaps right at this moment, unrecorded and unexplained? So perhaps the real question isn't whether the bloop was an ice quake or not. Perhaps the real value of the bloop is in reminding us that exploration isn't just about finding new places. It's about being open to new phenomena, to experiences that challenge what we think we know. In a world that can sometimes feel entirely mapped and explained, the bloop is a humbling reminder that mystery itself has value, that not knowing can be just as important as knowing. As we continue to explore our oceans, as we develop better tools to listen to their depths, who knows what other sounds we might discover? And when we hear something truly unexpected, something that makes us question our understanding of what lives in the deep, perhaps we should embrace that moment of mystery before rushing to explanation. Because in that moment of not knowing, of pure wondering, we connect with something fundamentally human. Our eternal fascination with the unexplained corners of our world, and the possibility that something truly astonishing might still be waiting to be discovered. Deep beneath the freezing waters of the Antarctic Ocean, where temperatures plunge below 0 degrees Celsius and massive icebergs cast long shadows into the depths, sailors and researchers have reported something extraordinary, a creature so bizarre, so unsettling, that it challenges our understanding of what might exist in Earth's most remote waters. They call it the Ningen, a Japanese word meaning human, and the name is unnervingly appropriate. Because according to those who claim to have seen it, this is no ordinary sea creature. It's a massive, pale being with an eerily humanoid form, a ghost-like giant that seems to watch from the cold, dark waters around Antarctica. The first accounts of the Ningen began surfacing in the early 2000s, primarily from Japanese fishing crews working in the Antarctic waters. These were experienced sailors, people who had spent their lives on the ocean and were familiar with its known inhabitants: whales, sharks, rays, and other large marine animals. But what they described seeing was something entirely different. According to their reports, late at night, when the Antarctic darkness was at its deepest, they spotted enormous white shapes moving beneath the surface, creatures they estimated to be 20 to 30 meters long, with distinct human-like features. What makes the Ningen reports particularly striking is the consistency of the descriptions. Witnesses describe a being with a human-like face, sometimes with visible eyes and a mouth. Its body is smooth and white, almost like the flesh of a beluga whale, but with distinct appendages that resemble human arms, and even in some accounts, 5-fingered hands. Some reports mention webbed fingers, while others describe a mermaid-like lower body ending in a large, whale-like tail. The overall effect is of something caught between worlds, neither fully human nor fully fish, but a disturbing hybrid of the two. Of course, skeptics have plenty of reasonable explanations. The Antarctic waters are home to numerous large sea creatures, including various species of whales. A pale beluga whale, an albino southern right whale, or even an unusually shaped iceberg could easily be misinterpreted, especially in the low visibility conditions common in Antarctic waters. Deep sea viewing is notoriously difficult, with light playing tricks on the human eye and the mind often filling in details that aren't actually there. And there's the matter of pareidolia, the psychological tendency for humans to see faces and human features in random patterns. We're hardwired to recognize human forms, to pick out faces from our surroundings. It's why we see shapes in clouds or the man in the moon. When confronted with an unusual sea creature in poor lighting conditions, it would be natural for the human mind to interpret ambiguous features as familiar, humanoid ones. But those who believe in the Ningen aren't so easily swayed by these explanations. They point to the specificity of the descriptions, the credibility of the witnesses, and the fact that the sightings come from multiple independent sources. They note that the deep ocean remains one of Earth's last truly unexplored frontiers, with new species being discovered regularly. If giant squid, once thought to be merely the stuff of sailors' myths, can evade scientific documentation until relatively recently, what else might be lurking in the vast, dark waters of our planet? Some proponents of the Ningen's existence go further, connecting it to other humanoid water creatures from folklore around the world. Almost every coastal culture has stories of merpeople or sea gods, from the Greek sirens to the Japanese kappa to the Inuit kalupalik. Could these widespread myths share a common origin in actual sightings of creatures like the Ningen? It's a fascinating, if speculative, possibility. Others point to the extreme and isolated environment of the Antarctic Ocean as the perfect place for an unusual evolutionary path to have developed. The waters around Antarctica have been isolated by the Antarctic Circumpolar Current for approximately 30 million years, creating what amounts to a separate ecosystem where unique forms of life could potentially evolve. The seas around Antarctica are also known for their high oxygen content and nutrient-rich waters, potentially supporting larger life forms than might be found elsewhere. There's also the recent discovery that there may be over 200 species of cryopelagic fish, specially adapted to live their entire lives in the narrow space between the sea ice and the ocean surface. If such specialized niches can support entire communities of unknown species, who's to say what other evolutionary paths might have been taken in the depths below? The most intriguing accounts of the Ningen come from those who claim to have photographed or filmed the creature. A few blurry images have circulated online, showing white, elongated shapes in dark water, but critics point out that these could easily be misidentified known animals, or even digitally manipulated images. In the age of easy photo editing, visual evidence is increasingly difficult to verify. And despite the proliferation of cameras in recent years, no clear, definitive image of a Ningen has emerged. The lack of concrete evidence hasn't stopped the Ningen from becoming something of an internet legend. The creature has found its way into discussion forums, YouTube videos, and cryptozoology websites. It's been featured in manga and anime, and has become part of the modern folklore of the sea. In Japan, where the legend originated, the Ningen is sometimes discussed alongside other UMAs, or unidentified mysterious animals, Japan's equivalent to cryptids like Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster. But what would it mean if the Ningen were real? The discovery of a large, intelligent, humanoid species living in our oceans would revolutionize our understanding of evolution and biology. It would raise fascinating questions about convergent evolution, the process by which unrelated species develop similar features in response to similar environmental challenges. Could conditions in the deep sea somehow favor the development of humanoid characteristics? It seems unlikely from what we know of evolutionary biology, but our knowledge of deep-sea evolutionary pressures is still limited. There's also the disturbing ecological implication. If such a large, previously undocumented species exists, what does its apparent rarity tell us? Is it perhaps on the verge of extinction, its habitat threatened by climate change, overfishing, or other human activities? The warming of Antarctic waters and the changing sea ice patterns could be putting pressure on all Antarctic species, including any yet undiscovered ones. For now, the Ningen remains firmly in the realm of cryptozoology rather than established science. No specimens have been captured, no DNA samples collected, no peer-reviewed studies published confirming its existence. But the legend persists, keeping alive the possibility, however remote, that something truly extraordinary might be swimming in the frigid waters around Antarctica. Perhaps that's the real value of the Ningen myth. It reminds us that our planet still has places remote enough, extreme enough, and unexplored enough that they could potentially harbor life forms we haven't yet cataloged or understood. In an age when it can sometimes feel like every corner of Earth has been mapped and analyzed, the idea of the Ningen offers a glimpse of the mystery that still exists in our world's wild places. Whether the Ningen is ever proven to exist or not, the legend speaks to our enduring fascination with the ocean depths and what might live there, out of sight and beyond our understanding. It connects to ancient human fears and fascinations with the sea, that vast, powerful realm that has always been both life-giving and dangerous, familiar yet alien. From the mythical beasts on medieval maps to modern accounts of the Ningen, we continue to populate the ocean's unknown reaches with creatures that embody our complex relationship with the deep. So next time you find yourself looking out over the ocean, particularly in some remote, wild place far from human habitation, take a moment to wonder, what might be looking back at you from beneath those waves? Is it just the known creatures of the sea, or could there be something else down there, something with knowing eyes and an almost human face, watching from the cold depths where few humans have ever ventured? The Ningen legend invites us to keep that question open, to embrace the possibility of wonder in a world that sometimes seems to have little room left for genuine mystery. Imagine a place so deep that if you placed Mount Everest at the bottom, its peak would still be more than a mile beneath the surface. A place where the water pressure is equivalent to having 50 jumbo jets stacked on top of you. A place so remote, so extreme, that we've explored more of the moon's surface than its darkest depths. This isn't science fiction. This is the Mariana Trench, the deepest known point in Earth's oceans, plunging down to an astonishing 36,000 feet below sea level at its lowest point, a section known as the Challenger Deep. Located in the western Pacific Ocean, east of the Mariana Islands, this massive underwater canyon stretches for 1,580 miles, with an average width of just 43 miles. It's a wound in the Earth's crust, formed by the collision of two massive tectonic plates, the Pacific Plate subducting beneath the smaller Mariana Plate. This collision creates not just extraordinary depth, but a truly alien environment that has forced life to evolve in ways we're only beginning to understand. The conditions in the Mariana Trench are almost beyond comprehension. At the bottom, water pressure exceeds 1,000 atmospheres, more than 16,000 pounds per square inch. The temperature hovers just above freezing, while near hydrothermal vents it can reach a scalding 700 degrees Fahrenheit. Complete darkness reigns, as sunlight cannot penetrate beyond about 3,300 feet. It's an environment that should be completely hostile to life, as we typically understand it. Yet astonishingly, life not only exists in the Mariana Trench, it thrives there, taking forms so bizarre they could be from another planet. Our first glimpses into this alien world came in 1960, when the bathyscaphe Trieste, crewed by Jacques Piccard and Don Walsh, made the first manned descent to the Challenger Deep. Against all expectations, they reported seeing a flatfish swimming near the bottom. Even in Earth's most extreme environment, life had found a way. Since then, advances in deep-sea technology have allowed us to explore this realm in greater detail. Robotic vehicles like the hybrid remotely operated vehicle Nereus, the deep submergence vehicle Alvin, and filmmaker James Cameron's Deep-Sea Challenger have ventured into the trench, bringing back images and samples that continue to astound scientists. What they've found suggests that the trench may harbor more biodiversity than anyone expected, with many species unlike anything seen before. Take, for example, the Mariana snailfish, discovered living at depths of up to 26,000 feet. This small, translucent fish has no scales and appears almost ghostly as it moves through the dark waters. Its body contains special proteins and high levels of trimethylamine oxide that prevent its cells from being crushed under extreme pressure. Even more remarkably, it has no swim bladder, the gas-filled organ most fish use to control buoyancy, as any gas-filled space would be instantly compressed in the trench's intense pressure. Then there are the xenophyophores, single-celled organisms that can grow to over 10 centimeters in diameter, making them some of the largest single-celled organisms on Earth. They construct intricate shells for themselves out of whatever they find on the ocean floor, creating delicate structures that look like elaborate pieces of art. These bizarre creatures are found in abundance in the Mariana Trench, where they play a crucial role in the ecosystem by recycling organic matter. Perhaps most alien of all are the giant amphipods, relatives of beach sandhoppers that have grown to enormous sizes in the trench environment. While their shallow water cousins rarely exceed 1 centimeter in length, Mariana Trench amphipods can reach up to 12 inches. This phenomenon, known as deep-sea gigantism, is still not fully understood by scientists, though it may relate to the cold temperatures, high pressure, and limited food resources of the deep ocean. What makes these discoveries even more remarkable is that they represent just a tiny fraction of what likely exists in the trench. It's estimated that we've explored less than 5% of the ocean floor, and an even smaller percentage of the Mariana Trench specifically. Each expedition reveals new species and raises new questions about what might be living in the parts we haven't yet seen. This brings us to one of the most tantalizing aspects of the Mariana Trench: the possibility that truly extraordinary creatures, perhaps even large predators, might be lurking in its unexplored regions. While the deep ocean generally has less biomass than shallower regions due to the scarcity of food, the trench creates unique conditions that concentrate nutrients. Dead organisms from above sink into the trench and collect at the bottom, creating food falls that can support larger life forms. Scientists have recorded unusual sounds in the deep ocean, including in the vicinity of the Mariana Trench, that cannot be easily attributed to known species. In 2016, researchers dropped hydrophones into the Challenger Deep and recorded a cacophony of natural and biological sounds, from the rumble of earthquakes and distant ship engines to mysterious biological calls that have yet to be identified. Could these be the vocalizations of unknown large creatures? There's also evidence that larger animals do venture into the extreme depths, at least occasionally. In 2017, a scientific expedition captured footage of a massive 8-foot-long Hadal snailfish at a depth of 22,000 feet in the Mariana Trench, a size previously thought impossible for fish at such depths. If a fish this large can survive at these depths, what else might be possible? Some researchers have speculated about the existence of megamouth creatures in the trench, enormous filter feeders that might scoop up the small creatures that flourish in certain areas. Others point to the discovery of giant squid, once thought to be merely the stuff of sailors' legends, as evidence that large, elusive creatures could remain hidden in the deep. After all, the giant squid, which can reach lengths of up to 43 feet, was only first filmed alive in its natural habitat in 2012, despite being one of the largest invertebrates on Earth. The trench may also harbor living fossils, species that have remained virtually unchanged for millions of years due to the stable, isolated nature of their deep-sea environment. The discovery of the frilled shark, a prehistoric-looking creature with 300 trident-shaped teeth arranged in 25 rows, suggests that ancient lineages can persist in the deep ocean long after their shallow-water relatives have gone extinct or evolved into different forms. Even more intriguing is what might be living beneath the ocean floor itself. Recent studies have revealed vast microbial ecosystems living in the sediments and even the bedrock below the Mariana Trench. These microorganisms, which can survive without oxygen or sunlight, metabolize minerals and chemicals in ways that push the very definition of life as we understand it. Some scientists believe these deep subsurface communities might represent some of the most ancient lineages of life on Earth, potentially dating back billions of years. Perhaps the most exciting prospect is the possibility of discovering entirely new categories of life organisms that don't fit neatly into our existing taxonomic system. The extreme conditions of the trench could have driven the evolution of life forms with fundamentally different biochemistry or physical structures than those found elsewhere on Earth. Some researchers even suggest that studying life in the Mariana Trench might give us insights into how life could exist on other worlds, such as Jupiter's moon Europa or Saturn's moon Enceladus, both of which are thought to have subsurface oceans. But exploring the Mariana Trench presents extraordinary challenges. The crushing pressure destroys most conventional equipment, and even the most advanced deep-sea vehicles can only spend limited time at extreme depths. The remoteness of the location adds another layer of difficulty, requiring specialized ships and equipment just to reach the site. And once there, the complete darkness necessitates bringing all light sources from the surface, which inevitably alters the behavior of the light-sensitive creatures that call the trench home. Despite these challenges, our exploration of the Mariana Trench continues to accelerate. New technologies, including autonomous underwater vehicles, improved pressure-resistant materials, and advanced imaging systems, are allowing scientists to probe deeper and stay longer than ever before. Each expedition brings new discoveries, new species, and new insights into how life can adapt to the most extreme conditions on our planet. As we continue to explore this final frontier on Earth, we must also consider how to protect it. Even the remote Mariana Trench isn't immune to human impacts. Studies have found microplastics and industrial chemicals in the stomachs of amphipods collected from the trench's depths. In 2019, Victor Vescovo, piloting the submersible limiting factor to the bottom of the Challenger Deep, reported seeing a plastic bag floating in the abyss, a stark reminder that our influence reaches even to the planet's most inaccessible places. The Mariana Trench stands as a powerful reminder that our planet still holds profound mysteries. In its lightless depths, life has evolved in ways we're only beginning to comprehend, creating an ecosystem as alien as anything we might find on another world. With each expedition, each sample collected, each creature photographed, we gain new perspectives on the adaptability of life and the true diversity of our biosphere. But we've only scratched the surface, or perhaps more accurately, barely touched the depths. What other extraordinary life forms might be waiting in the darkness of Earth's deepest place? The answer lies in the continued exploration of this last great frontier on our own planet. In the middle depths of the world's oceans, typically between 500 and 5,000 feet below the surface, swims a creature that seems to have escaped the relentless march of time. With a body design that has remained virtually unchanged for 80 million years, it glides through the darkness like a ghost from the prehistoric past. This is the frilled shark, Chlamydoslechus anguineus, one of the most ancient and bizarre-looking shark species still swimming in our oceans today. The frilled shark is truly a creature that defies expectations. At first glance, it barely resembles our typical image of a shark at all. Its slender, eel-like body can grow up to 6 feet in length, with a strange arrangement of fins set far back near its tail. But it's the head that truly marks this animal as something extraordinary. Unlike the streamlined profile of most modern sharks, the frilled shark's head is flattened, with a short, blunt snout that gives it an almost primitive appearance. Its mouth, when opened, reveals one of the most nightmarish dental arrangements in the animal kingdom. 300 trident-shaped teeth arranged in 25 rows, each tooth with 3 needle-sharp points designed not just to pierce, but to trap struggling prey. The creature gets its name from its most distinctive feature, 6 pairs of frilly gill slits that run along the length of its throat. While most modern sharks have 5 gill slits that are positioned on the sides of the head, the frilled shark's unusual arrangement gives it the appearance of wearing an elaborate Elizabethan collar. These gills aren't just oddly positioned, they're a direct link to the shark's ancient lineage, representing a body plan that has long since been abandoned by most other shark species in favor of more hydrodynamic designs. What makes the frilled shark so fascinating to marine biologists is its status as what we call a living fossil. This term, first coined by Charles Darwin, describes species that have remained virtually unchanged for millions of years, while their relatives have either gone extinct or evolved into dramatically different forms. The frilled shark belongs to one of the most ancient lineages of sharks, the Chlamydoslichidae family, which diverged from other shark lines around 95 million years ago during the time of the dinosaurs. To put this in perspective, when the first frilled sharks were patrolling the oceans, Tyrannosaurus rex had not yet evolved on land. The modern continents were still finding their positions. The world was a vastly different place, yet the frilled shark swam through those ancient seas with essentially the same body design it has today. This remarkable stability raises an intriguing question. Why has the frilled shark changed so little while most other life forms have undergone substantial evolution? The answer seems to lie in the stability of its environment. The frilled shark inhabits the mesopelagic zone, often called the twilight zone of the ocean, a realm of perpetual dusk where sunlight barely penetrates. This environment has remained relatively consistent for millions of years, with steady temperatures, pressures, and ecological niches. Without strong selective pressures pushing for change, the frilled shark's ancient body plan has continued to serve it well enough that major modifications weren't necessary for survival. The frilled shark's hunting strategy is as ancient as its appearance. Unlike many modern sharks that rely on speed and agility to chase down prey, the frilled shark is thought to be more of an ambush predator. Its flexible jaw and unique dentition allow it to strike suddenly at passing prey, with those backward-facing trident teeth ensuring that once something enters its mouth, escape is nearly impossible. It's believed to feed primarily on squid, but also takes fish and even other sharks if the opportunity presents itself. One of the most unusual aspects of the frilled shark's biology is its reproductive system. While many modern sharks have evolved complex reproductive strategies, including live birth with placental connections similar to mammals, the frilled shark retains a more primitive approach. Females carry their developing young inside leathery egg cases within their bodies for an astonishingly long period, possibly up to 3.5 years, one of the longest gestation periods of any vertebrate. When finally born, the pups are already well developed and ready to fend for themselves. The frilled shark remained largely unknown to science until relatively recent times. While local fishermen in some parts of the world had occasional encounters with these strange creatures, the first scientific description didn't come until 1884, when German ichthyologist Ludwig Döderlein obtained a specimen from Japanese waters. Even today, sightings are rare, and much of what we know about frilled sharks comes from the unfortunate few that have been accidentally caught in deep-sea fishing nets, or that have risen to the surface, usually dying or already dead from the dramatic change in pressure. This rarity has contributed to the frilled shark's near-mythical status. In Japan, it has been suggested as a possible explanation for sightings of sea serpents. Indeed, when seen swimming with its long, sinuous body, a frilled shark could easily be mistaken for some kind of mythical creature, especially by observers not expecting to encounter such a prehistoric-looking animal in modern seas. The question of why the frilled shark has evolved so little while its relatives have changed dramatically or gone extinct remains one of the most fascinating aspects of this species. It's not alone in this evolutionary conservatism. Creatures like the horseshoe crab, the nautilus, and the coelacanth all show similar patterns of remaining virtually unchanged over vast spans of geological time. These living fossils challenge our understanding of evolution and adaptation, suggesting that in some cases, an ancient body plan can be so well suited to a particular niche that major changes simply aren't necessary. In the case of the frilled shark, its unusual body shape may be perfectly adapted for life in the middle depths of the ocean. Its flexible, eel-like form allows it to navigate through complex underwater terrain and contort its body to strike at prey from unexpected angles. Those elaborate teeth, while appearing primitive, are ideally suited for catching slippery, soft-bodied prey like squid. Even its seemingly outdated gill arrangement may provide advantages in extracting oxygen from water at depths where oxygen levels are lower than at the surface. There's also evidence that the frilled shark's ancient lineage has given it unique biological capabilities. Recent studies have identified compounds in frilled shark liver oil that show potential antibacterial properties different from those found in more modern shark species. These compounds may have applications in medicine, highlighting how these living fossils may harbor biological secrets that could benefit humanity if we can understand and preserve them. Unfortunately, like many deep-sea species, the frilled shark faces increasing threats from human activities. While not directly targeted by commercial fisheries, frilled sharks are sometimes caught as bycatch in deep-sea trawling operations. Their extremely slow reproductive rate makes them particularly vulnerable to population decline if too many are removed from the ocean. Deep-sea mining and ocean acidification from climate change pose additional threats to their habitat. The International Union for Conservation of Nature currently lists the frilled shark as least concern globally, but notes that more research is needed to determine population trends and potential threats. The challenge in studying such a deep-dwelling species means that we have limited understanding of how many frilled sharks exist and whether their numbers are stable, increasing, or declining. What makes the frilled shark particularly valuable from a scientific perspective is what it can tell us about the ancient oceans and the evolution of vertebrate life. By studying this living window into the prehistoric past, researchers can gain insights into the conditions that shaped early shark evolution and better understand how these remarkable predators have managed to thrive for hundreds of millions of years, while so many other lineages have disappeared. Perhaps most profoundly, the frilled shark reminds us of the deep time that Earth's oceans represent. When we look at this creature, we are seeing essentially the same animal that swam alongside the last dinosaurs. It has witnessed the rise and fall of countless species, the reshaping of continents, the coming and going of ice ages. In a world that seems to change with increasing speed, the frilled shark represents a kind of biological constancy that operates on a timescale almost beyond human comprehension. As our technology improves, allowing us to explore and document the deep ocean with greater precision, we may finally begin to unlock more of the secrets of this remarkable living fossil. Perhaps we'll discover why its ancient design has served it so well for so long, or what unique adaptations allow it to thrive in an environment that seems so hostile to life as we know it on the surface. Whatever we learn, the frilled shark stands as a humbling reminder that despite all our technological advances, the ocean still harbors creatures and mysteries that connect us directly to Earth's ancient past. Beneath the crystal-clear waters off the coast of Japan's westernmost island lies an enigma that continues to divide scientists and researchers worldwide. The Yonaguni Monument, discovered by chance in 1987, appears to be a massive stone structure with eerily straight edges, perfect right angles, and what look like carefully constructed steps, platforms, and walls. But here's the mystery that has captivated researchers for decades. Is this the remnant of a lost civilization that once thrived before rising sea levels submerged their world? Or is it simply an unusual natural formation that resembles human craftsmanship? The story begins with Kihikaro Aratake, a local diver who was exploring the waters off Yonaguni Island looking for new spots to observe hammerhead sharks. What he found instead would spark decades of debate. As he swam through the crystal blue waters, an enormous stone structure came into view, stretching nearly 250 feet long and rising 100 feet from the ocean floor. Its terraced appearance, with seemingly carved steps and flat platforms, instantly struck him as something unnatural, something that had been made rather than formed. Word of this discovery quickly spread, drawing researchers from around the world to this remote corner of Japan. Among them was Masaki Kimura, a marine geologist from the University of the Ryukyus, who became one of the most passionate advocates for the theory that the monument is the work of human hands. After hundreds of dives spanning over 2 decades, Kimura became convinced that what lies beneath the waves is not merely a natural wonder, but evidence of an ancient civilization that existed during the last ice age, when sea levels were much lower and the area was above water. According to Kimura, the evidence is compelling. He points to what appear to be quarry marks, stone tools found in the area, drainage channels, and even carvings that resemble animals and human faces. Most striking are the terraces with their flat, horizontal surfaces and the near-perfect right angles in many sections of the monument. Kimura argues that these features are unlikely to occur naturally, and suggests that the structure was carved from a natural rock outcropping by humans who lived on the island more than 10,000 years ago, when the area was still dry land. If Kimura's theory is correct, it would revolutionize our understanding of ancient history. The oldest known complex stone monuments, like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, date back approximately 11,000 years. If the Yonaguni monument was indeed constructed by human hands, it would belong to this same mysterious era of very early advanced construction, challenging our assumptions about when humans began building complex structures. Some researchers go even further, suggesting that Yonaguni might be part of a much larger pattern. Some believe it could be connected to the legendary lost civilization of Mu, a Pacific equivalent of Atlantis that supposedly sank beneath the waves thousands of years ago. Others link it to the mysterious origins of Japanese culture, pointing to ancient legends that speak of the Kamikami, ancestors who came from across the sea, bringing knowledge and civilization. But not all researchers are convinced that human hands shaped these underwater formations. Skeptics, including geologist Robert Schoch from Boston University, argue that what we're seeing is the product of natural processes. They point out that the sandstone from which the monument is formed naturally breaks along plains, creating straight edges and angular shapes. The terraced appearance, they suggest, is the result of millennia of erosion by the sea, earthquakes, and other natural forces working upon the layers of sandstone. Schoch and other skeptics also note that the region is geologically active, with earthquakes that could have fractured the rock in ways that appear artificially regular. They argue that if humans had constructed or modified the monument, we would expect to find other evidence of their presence, tools, nearby settlements, or similar structures on land. The absence of such evidence, they say, supports a natural origin. The debate is further complicated by the age of the structure. The monument would have been above water until approximately 10,000 years ago, when sea levels rose at the end of the last ice age. If it was constructed by humans, they would have been hunter-gatherers living during the prehistoric Jomon period in Japan. The question that arises is whether such a society would have had the technological capabilities, organizational structure, and motivation to create such a massive monument. Those who believe in its artificial origin suggest that conventional timelines of human civilization may be incorrect. They propose that advanced societies might have existed much earlier than currently recognized, only to be lost to history when rising seas claimed their lands. They point to other submerged sites around the world, from India to Cuba, suggesting that a whole chapter of human history might be hidden beneath the waves. Adding another layer to the mystery are the other unusual underwater formations found near Yonaguni. Just a short distance from the main monument, divers have discovered what some describe as a stone circle arrangement, a 5-sided construction that resembles a buried pyramid, and even what appears to be a giant stone face peering up from the depths. These additional structures have been less thoroughly studied than the main monument, but for those who believe in an artificial origin, they represent further evidence of a complex site rather than a geological anomaly. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Yonaguni Monument is its apparent alignment with astronomical phenomena. Some researchers claim that certain features of the structure align perfectly with the winter solstice sun, similar to other ancient monuments around the world like Stonehenge. If true, this would strongly suggest human design with a purpose related to tracking seasonal changes, which would have been vital for early agricultural societies. The depth at which the monument now lies offers additional clues about its history. Currently submerged under 75 feet of water, geological records indicate that this area would have been above sea level until about 10,000 years ago. This timeframe aligns with the end of the last ice age, when melting glaciers caused sea levels to rise dramatically around the world, potentially submerging coastal civilizations. This timing has led some researchers to connect the Yonaguni Monument to stories of lost civilizations that appear in cultures worldwide. From the biblical flood to the Hindu Matsya Purana, from Native American legends to the Greek story of Atlantis, nearly every ancient culture seems to preserve memories of advanced societies destroyed by rising waters. Could Yonaguni be physical evidence of the events that inspired these persistent myths? Even if the monument is entirely natural, its significance remains profound. Geologists acknowledge that even if formed by natural processes, the Yonaguni Formation would still be an extremely rare and significant geological feature. The precise interplay of rock composition, tectonic activity, and erosion patterns that would create such regular features is highly unusual, making the site valuable for scientific study regardless of its origin. For those who live on Yonaguni Island, the monument has become both a point of pride and an economic lifeline. This remote island, closer to Taiwan than to mainland Japan, now draws visitors from around the world eager to dive and see the mysterious structure for themselves. Local dive operators guide hundreds of tourists each year through the crystal waters to witness the monument firsthand, bringing vital income to this isolated community. The Japanese government has taken a cautious approach to the site. While not officially recognizing it as a man-made structure, authorities have protected the area from development and damage. Some local officials have advocated for UNESCO World Heritage status for the monument, though such recognition would likely require more definitive evidence of human origin. What makes the Yonaguni Monument so compelling is not just what we know about it, but what remains unknown. The difficulty of conducting archaeological research underwater has limited investigation of the site. Modern archaeological techniques like ground-penetrating radar are challenging to deploy in marine environments, and excavation is complicated by currents, limited visibility, and the logistical challenges of working underwater. As technology advances, however, new possibilities emerge. Sophisticated mapping using sonar and photogrammetry has allowed researchers to create increasingly detailed three-dimensional models of the monument, revealing features that were previously difficult to detect. These new visualizations have only deepened the mystery, showing patterns that seem too regular to be natural, yet too ancient to fit our understanding of human history. Perhaps the most thoughtful perspective on Yonaguni comes from those who suggest that the truth may lie somewhere between the opposing viewpoints. It's possible that what began as a natural formation was recognized by ancient people for its unusual qualities, and then modified or enhanced. Many ancient sites around the world, from cave temples to mountain shrines, represent this kind of collaboration between natural features and human creativity. The Yonaguni Monument stands as a reminder of how much we still have to learn about our own past. Whether shaped by human hands or by the patient forces of nature, it challenges us to question our assumptions and remain open to possibilities that might rewrite history. The answers may lie in the silent stones beneath the waves, waiting for advances in technology or methodology that will allow us to finally decode their origins. As oceanographer Robert Ballard once said, "We know more about the surface of Mars than we do about the bottom of our oceans." The Yonaguni Monument exemplifies this truth, showing how even in our age of information and exploration, profound mysteries still lurk just beneath the surface of our world. What other secrets might be hiding in the unexplored depths? What other chapters of human history or natural wonder are waiting to be discovered in the vast blue wilderness that covers most of our planet? For now, the underwater pyramids of Yonaguni remain a compelling enigma, a place where the boundaries between natural and artificial, between known history and speculation, blur beneath the shifting waters of the East China Sea. Each diver who descends to witness its grandeur must decide for themselves. Are they touching the handiwork of ancient humans, or simply a magnificent accident of geology? The debate continues, as mysterious and fluid as the waters that conceal this underwater wonder. Stretching between the points of Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico lies a vast expanse of seemingly ordinary ocean that has captured the imagination and fear of travelers for decades. The Bermuda Triangle, also known as the Devil's Triangle, encompasses roughly 500,000 square miles of the Atlantic Ocean where ships, planes, and the people aboard them have vanished without explanation. No distress calls, no debris fields, no bodies recovered. Just complete, unsettling silence, as if they simply ceased to exist. The modern legend of the Bermuda Triangle began to take shape in the 1950s, but the story of mysterious disappearances in these waters stretches back much further. Perhaps one of the earliest recorded incidents that would later become part of the Triangle's lore occurred in 1800 when the USS Pickering, a naval schooner with 90 men aboard, vanished without a trace while sailing from the Caribbean to Delaware. Despite extensive searches, no wreckage was ever found, and the fate of those 90 souls remains unknown to this day. However, it was the disappearance of Flight 19 in December 1945 that truly established the Triangle's reputation as a place where the normal rules of nature seemed to bend or break entirely. The incident began routinely enough. 5 Navy TBM Avenger torpedo bombers took off from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, for a standard training mission over the Atlantic. The flight leader was Lieutenant Charles Taylor, an experienced pilot, though the other 14 men were mostly trainees. What should have been a straightforward exercise turned strange when Taylor reported to the control tower that his compasses were malfunctioning. He stated, "We don't know which way is west. Everything is wrong. Strange. We can't be sure of any direction. Even the ocean doesn't look as it should." These would be among the last coherent communications received from Flight 19. As the afternoon wore on, radio transmissions became increasingly confused and fragmented. Taylor appeared to believe they were flying over the Florida Keys, when in fact they were likely much further east, over the open Atlantic. Despite efforts from the control tower to guide them home, all 5 planes vanished, taking their 14 men with them. Most disturbing of all, a Martin Mariner flying boat that was dispatched to search for the missing planes also disappeared that same night, with 13 more men lost. In the decades that followed, the list of vessels that have disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle grew longer. The SS Marine Sulphur Queen, a tanker carrying molten sulfur, vanished with 39 men aboard in February 1963. Not even an oil slick marked its passing. In 1967, the yacht Witchcraft disappeared just 1 mile from the Miami coast. Despite being equipped with life jackets and flares, and despite a Coast Guard cutter reaching the yacht's last known position within 19 minutes of a distress call, no trace of the vessel or its passengers was ever found. These incidents and dozens more have fueled speculation about what might be happening in this seemingly cursed section of the Atlantic. Theories range from the scientific to the supernatural, from the plausible to the plainly absurd, yet none have provided a comprehensive explanation for all the disappearances. One of the most enduring natural explanations involves methane hydrates on the ocean floor. These frozen pockets of gas, when released, could potentially create areas of water that are less dense than normal sea water. A ship passing over such a spot might suddenly lose buoyancy and sink without warning, possibly too quickly for the crew to send a distress signal. Similarly, released methane rising into the air could create conditions that would cause aircraft engines to flame out or explode. While compelling, physical evidence for this mechanism actually causing disappearances remains elusive. Then there are the more conventional explanations. The Gulf Stream running through the triangle moves swiftly enough to erase evidence of disasters. The deep trenches of the Puerto Rico Trench could swallow wreckage, and the area's frequent, violent thunderstorms and hurricanes certainly pose very real dangers to travelers. The region is also prone to waterspouts, powerful tornado-like phenomena that form over water and could potentially destroy small craft or even damage larger vessels. Human error, too, must be considered. The waters of the Bermuda Triangle can be treacherous to navigate, with numerous shoals and reefs that have claimed ships throughout maritime history. For aircraft, the region presents its own challenges: magnetic anomalies that might affect compasses, sudden squalls that appear without warning, and the visual disorientation that can occur when flying over open water with no visible landmarks. Yet these conventional explanations don't seem to fully account for the complete absence of wreckage in many cases, nor do they explain the electronic malfunctions repeatedly reported by pilots and ship captains before their disappearances. These lingering questions have led to more exotic theories. Some researchers have proposed that the Bermuda Triangle might be subject to temporary distortions in the fabric of space and time itself, creating momentary wormholes or portals that transport vessels to other locations or even other dimensions. They point to reports from pilots who claimed that their instruments went haywire, that the ocean below suddenly didn't look right, or that the sky changed color before communications were lost. Others suggest that the region might be affected by unusual electromagnetic anomalies, perhaps related to the fact that the Bermuda Triangle is one of the few places on Earth where magnetic north and true north align perfectly. These electromagnetic disturbances could potentially interfere with navigational equipment and communication systems, leaving vessels literally lost at sea. The more imaginative theories involve extraterrestrial activity, suggesting that the triangle is an area where aliens have established some sort of underwater base or portal, using it to collect specimens of human technology and biology. Proponents of this idea point to reports of strange lights seen hovering over the water or unusual aerial phenomena witnessed by pilots shortly before their disappearances. Even more fantastical is the suggestion that the Bermuda Triangle might be connected to the legendary lost civilization of Atlantis. According to this theory, advanced Atlantean technology, still functioning thousands of years after the civilization's demise, creates energy fields that interfere with modern vessels passing overhead. Some claim that crystal pyramids have been discovered on the ocean floor within the triangle, supposedly remnants of this ancient power system. What makes the Bermuda Triangle particularly compelling is not just the disappearances themselves, but the fact that these incidents often occur in calm weather, to experienced crews, aboard vessels that were in perfect working order. The complete absence of distress calls in many cases suggests whatever happened occurred too quickly for anyone to react, or somehow prevented normal communications from being transmitted. Yet amid all the speculation and mystery, it's worth noting that the United States Coast Guard and insurance companies do not officially recognize the Bermuda Triangle as an especially dangerous area. Statistical analyses have suggested that, when accounting for the heavy volume of traffic through the region, the rate of disappearances is not significantly higher than in other busy maritime zones. Lloyd's of London, the famous maritime insurance market, does not charge higher premiums for vessels passing through the triangle, suggesting that from a purely data-driven perspective, the area may not be as deadly as its reputation suggests. This has led some skeptics to argue that the entire Bermuda Triangle phenomenon is more a triumph of storytelling than an actual geographic anomaly. Yet this rational perspective does little to explain the experiences of those who have passed through the triangle and lived to tell unsettling tales. Numerous pilots and ship captains have reported bizarre occurrences: compasses spinning wildly, electronic equipment failing simultaneously, strange fogs appearing out of nowhere, and even phenomena where time itself seemed to behave oddly, with journeys taking much longer or shorter than they should have based on speed and distance. Among the most famous of these accounts is that of Bruce Jernon, who claims to have experienced what he calls an electronic fog while flying through the triangle in 1970. According to Jernon, his plane entered a strange tunnel-shaped cloud formation in which the normal laws of time and space seemed suspended. When he emerged from this phenomenon, he found he had traveled approximately 30 minutes worth of flying distance in a matter of minutes and was nowhere near where he should have been based on his instruments and flight plan. Similar accounts come from sailors who report sudden, localized storms that appear and disappear with unnatural speed, or unusual light phenomena that hover over the water before vanishing. While these reports could be dismissed as the product of imagination or misinterpretation of natural phenomena, the consistency of certain details across different accounts from people who had no contact with each other is difficult to ignore entirely. The U.S. Navy's official position on the Bermuda Triangle is that it does not recognize it as an area of specific danger, beyond the natural hazards of open sea travel. Yet declassified documents show that the Navy has investigated unusual magnetic anomalies in the region and has documented cases where their own vessels experienced unexplained instrument malfunctions while passing through the area. Perhaps the most reasonable approach to the Bermuda Triangle mystery is to acknowledge that multiple factors may be at work simultaneously. The unique geographic and meteorological characteristics of the region, combined with human error, equipment failure, and perhaps still undiscovered natural phenomena, could create a perfect storm of conditions that has led to these disappearances over the centuries. What cannot be denied is the profound impact the Bermuda Triangle has had on our collective imagination. It represents one of the last great mysteries in an age where satellites map every inch of our planet and GPS can pinpoint our location within meters. The Triangle reminds us that despite all our technological achievements, there remain places where the old uncertainties of seafaring and air travel persist, where human beings and their machines can still vanish without warning or explanation. As science advances, we may eventually discover the truth behind the Bermuda Triangle's sinister reputation. Perhaps it will be revealed as nothing more than a confluence of natural hazards, misunderstood and mythologized over generations. Or perhaps we will find that something truly unusual does occur in those waters, some phenomenon as yet beyond our understanding. Until then, the Triangle remains what it has always been, a haunting reminder of how small and vulnerable we are against the vast, unpredictable power of the sea and sky, and how much of our world remains unexplained, even in this age of information and technology. Southeast of Japan, in the Philippine Sea, lies a stretch of ocean that has earned a name that sends shivers down the spines of sailors and pilots alike: the Dragon's Triangle, also known as the Devil's Sea. Much like its more famous counterpart, the Bermuda Triangle in the Atlantic, this region has become notorious for the inexplicable disappearance of ships and aircraft, along with reports of magnetic anomalies, electronic malfunctions, and mysterious phenomena that seem to defy rational explanation. In Japan, this area has been feared for centuries, with ancient legends warning of dragons that would pull the unwary down to watery graves. The boundaries of the Devil's Sea are not precisely defined, but it generally encompasses an area of the Pacific Ocean that forms a rough triangle between Japan, the Philippines, and the island of Guam. This vast expanse of water has claimed countless vessels over the centuries, from ancient Chinese ships to modern fishing trawlers and military aircraft. What makes these disappearances particularly disturbing is the frequency with which they occur without distress calls, without debris, and without any apparent cause. The ominous reputation of the Devil's Sea extends far back into Japanese history. For more than 1,000 years, Japanese sailors have passed down stories of Kiryu, sea dragons that were said to inhabit these waters and drag ships down to the depths. These weren't mere folktales told to frighten children. They were serious warnings passed between experienced mariners who had witnessed strange phenomena in the area. Ancient scrolls and maritime logs dating back to feudal Japan contain accounts of vessels that sailed into calm seas never to return, or crews that reported seeing strange lights and unnatural weather before all contact was lost. In more recent times, the Devil's Sea gained international attention following a series of disappearances in the post-World War II era. Between 1952 and 1954, a total of 9 modern ships vanished in the area without trace, including several Japanese research vessels. The Japanese government, alarmed by the loss of both ships and scientific personnel, dispatched a research vessel called the Kiyomaru No. 5 to investigate the disappearances. In a tragic and ironic twist, this vessel itself disappeared with all 22 crew members aboard, swallowed by the very mystery it was sent to solve. This incident prompted the Japanese government to officially declare the area a danger zone, though they attributed the hazards to volcanic activity rather than anything more exotic. Indeed, the region does sit along the Pacific Ring of Fire, an area of intense seismic and volcanic activity. Beneath the waves of the Devil's Sea lies the Bonin Islands volcanic arc, a chain of mostly submarine volcanoes that have been known to erupt with little warning. These volcanic features provide one possible natural explanation for some of the disappearances. Underwater eruptions can create several hazardous conditions for vessels passing overhead. They can release enormous gas bubbles that reduce water density, potentially causing ships to lose buoyancy and sink with alarming speed. Volcanic activity can also heat the surrounding water, creating intense thermal differences that generate unpredictable and dangerous currents. Additionally, eruptions can release toxic gases that might overcome the crews of passing vessels before they have time to call for help. Another geological feature of the region that might contribute to its dangers is the presence of deep oceanic trenches. The Izuagasawara Trench, which runs through part of the Devil's Sea, plunges to depths of over 9,000 meters. A vessel that sinks in such areas would disappear beyond our practical ability to locate it, especially if it were to become buried in the soft sediment of the trench floor. The geology of the region might also help explain one of the most frequently reported phenomena in the Devil's Sea: magnetic anomalies. The volcanic activity and unique mineral compositions found in the area could potentially create localized disruptions in the Earth's magnetic field. Sailors have long reported compass malfunctions in these waters, with needles spinning wildly or pointing in clearly incorrect directions. In the days before GPS navigation, such compass failures could lead vessels dangerously off course, potentially into treacherous waters where other natural hazards might complete their destruction. Weather patterns in the Devil's Sea provide yet another set of natural explanations for some of the disappearances. The region is frequently subject to typhoons, which can develop quickly and with devastating force. Modern weather tracking systems have made these storms more predictable, but historically, a vessel could find itself suddenly engulfed by violent winds and enormous waves with little warning. The area is also known for waterspouts, essentially tornadoes that form over water, which can generate winds strong enough to damage or destroy smaller craft. Yet despite these plausible natural explanations, certain aspects of the Devil's Sea phenomena remain difficult to explain through conventional science. Reports persist of electronic equipment failing simultaneously, of sudden fogs appearing out of nowhere in clear weather, and of crews experiencing disorientation and confusion before contact is lost. These accounts bear striking similarities to those from the Bermuda Triangle, leading some researchers to propose that both regions might be affected by similar, as yet unidentified, phenomena. This similarity has led to more speculative theories about what might be happening in the Devil's Sea. Some researchers have proposed that both triangles might be locations where the fabric of spacetime occasionally becomes distorted, creating what amount to temporary wormholes or portals. They point to the strange time discrepancies reported by some pilots flying through these areas, where flights that should have taken hours seemingly occurred in minutes, or vice versa. The extraterrestrial hypothesis has also been applied to the Devil's Sea. Proponents suggest that the area might contain underwater bases used by alien civilizations, who employ advanced technology to capture human vessels for study. They point to reports of unusual lights seen hovering over the water, and to the complete lack of debris left behind after many disappearances, suggesting precision capture rather than destruction. An even more exotic theory connects the Devil's Sea to the legend of Mu, a supposed lost continent that, like Atlantis in the Atlantic, is said to have sunk beneath the waves thousands of years ago. According to this theory, advanced technology from this ancient civilization still functions on the seabed, creating energy fields that interfere with passing vessels. While there is no archaeological evidence for the existence of Mu, the persistence of similar legends across many Pacific cultures has led some to wonder if they might contain a kernel of historical truth. One of the more intriguing observations about the Devil's Sea relates to its geographic position. It is located almost exactly opposite the Bermuda Triangle on the globe, being roughly diametrically opposite it. Some researchers have suggested that this alignment might not be coincidental, proposing that both areas might be affected by some global geomagnetic phenomenon that manifests most strongly at these opposite points. While mainstream science has not found evidence for such a global pattern, the coincidence remains striking. In the 1970s, the Devil's Sea gained additional notoriety through the work of Charles Berlitz, author of The Bermuda Triangle, who highlighted the similarities between the two regions in his follow-up book, The Dragon's Triangle. Berlitz compiled numerous accounts of strange occurrences in both areas, bringing international attention to what had previously been largely a regional mystery. While his work has been criticized for sensationalizing some accounts and for including incidents that occurred outside the strictly defined triangle, it nonetheless brought wider awareness to the phenomenon. The mystery of the Devil's Sea, like that of the Bermuda Triangle, has been somewhat tempered in recent decades by improved navigation, communication, and weather forecasting technologies. Modern vessels are equipped with GPS systems that don't rely on magnetic compasses, with emergency beacons that activate automatically if a ship sinks, and with real-time weather data that allows them to avoid dangerous conditions. As a result, the rate of unexplained disappearances has decreased, though it has not ceased entirely. The Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force continues to monitor the area closely, and fishing vessels operating in the region typically maintain constant radio contact with their bases. Despite these precautions, incidents still occur. As recently as the early 2000s, several fishing boats disappeared in the area under clear skies and calm seas, without distress calls or debris. What makes the Devil's Sea particularly compelling as a mystery is the way it transcends cultural boundaries. The fear and fascination it evokes connects modern scientific inquiry with ancient maritime traditions, Western technological concerns with Eastern spiritual beliefs. In Japanese folklore, the dragons of the sea were not merely destructive monsters, but complex entities that controlled rainfall and embodied the unpredictable power of nature. This more nuanced view reflects a truth that modern science also recognizes: that the ocean remains one of the most powerful and least understood forces on our planet. Perhaps the ultimate explanation for the Devil's Sea will involve a combination of factors: the known geological and meteorological hazards of the region, combined with still undiscovered natural phenomena, human error, and the psychological tendency to perceive patterns in random events. Or perhaps there truly is something unique about this region, some property or process that our current scientific understanding cannot yet explain. What is certain is that the Devil's Sea, like other great maritime mysteries, continues to remind us of the limits of human knowledge and control. Despite all our technological advances, despite satellites that can track a ship's position to within meters and weather systems that can be predicted days in advance, the sea remains capable of taking vessels and lives without warning or explanation. In this sense, the Devil's Sea represents not just a geographic location, but a boundary of human understanding, a place where the known world meets the unknown, and where ancient fears and modern mysteries converge on the shifting surface of the deep. In the vast, dark expanses of the world's oceans, where sunlight never penetrates and pressures would crush an unprotected human body in seconds, something is making noise. Not the familiar sounds of whale song or the clicking of dolphin echolocation, but something else entirely, something that researchers cannot conclusively identify. Among these mysterious ocean sounds, one has captured particular attention from scientists and the public alike, the sound known as Julia. First detected in 1999 by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, Julia was recorded by underwater microphones called hydrophones that were originally installed during the Cold War to monitor Soviet submarine activity. These hydrophones, part of the Equatorial Pacific Ocean Autonomous Hydrophone Array, picked up a strange, powerful sound emanating from the depths of the Pacific Ocean. What made Julia particularly intriguing was not just its volume, which was loud enough to be detected by multiple hydrophones over a vast distance, but its unusual acoustic signature. The sound begins with a low frequency and then rises rapidly, creating what acoustic specialists call an upsweep pattern. To the human ear, when played back at many times its original speed, it resembles a ghostly moan or a drawn-out cry, rising in pitch before fading away. This eerie quality led researchers to nickname it Julia, though the reasoning behind this specific name has never been fully explained. Some suggest it was simply the name of a researcher's girlfriend or wife, while others propose it might reference the month of July when it was first detected, though records indicate it was actually recorded in March. What makes Julia and other unexplained ocean sounds so mysterious is the combination of their power and their unidentified source. The ocean is an incredibly noisy place, filled with the sounds of known biological sources like whales and fish, geological events like underwater earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, and human-made noise from ships, oil exploration, and military activities. Yet Julia fits none of these known acoustic patterns perfectly, leaving scientists to puzzle over what could be generating such a distinctive sound. The volume of Julia is particularly noteworthy. The sound was so powerful that it was detected by hydrophones located hundreds of miles apart, suggesting a source that either generated an extremely loud noise or that the sound was somehow able to travel unusually far through the water. Given that sound waves can travel much further in water than in air, especially at certain depths where temperature and pressure create acoustic channels, a sufficiently powerful sound source could potentially be heard across oceanic basins. Several theories have been proposed to explain Julia, ranging from the mundane to the extraordinary. On the more conventional end of the spectrum, some researchers suggest that Julia might be the sound of a large iceberg running aground on the ocean floor. As massive ice structures scrape against the seabed, they can generate powerful low-frequency sounds that propagate through the water. The rising pitch might represent the ice structure cracking or breaking apart as it collides with the seafloor. Another geological explanation involves underwater volcanic activity. The Pacific Ocean, particularly along the Ring of Fire, is home to numerous undersea volcanoes, many of which are active. Eruptions, magma movement, or the explosive interaction between hot magma and cold seawater could potentially generate sounds with acoustic signatures similar to Julia. The challenge with this theory is that most volcanic sounds that have been recorded don't match Julia's specific pattern of frequency shift. Seismic events like underwater earthquakes have also been suggested as potential sources. The movement of tectonic plates beneath the ocean floor can generate significant acoustic energy, and depending on the nature of the fault movement and the surrounding geological structures, might create sounds with varying frequencies. However, seismic events typically produce more sudden, explosive sounds rather than the gradual upsweep characterized by Julia. Some researchers have proposed that Julia might be biological in origin, produced by an unknown marine creature. The oceans remain one of the least explored environments on Earth, with many scientists estimating that we have discovered less than 20% of all marine species. The deep ocean, in particular, continues to yield new discoveries with virtually every significant exploration effort. Is it possible that Julia represents the vocalization of some enormous, undiscovered creature living in the ocean depths? While this might sound like the plot of a science fiction movie, it's worth noting that the largest animal known to have ever existed, the blue whale, is a marine creature, and its vocalizations can travel for hundreds of miles underwater. Other known whale species produce complex songs and calls that vary in frequency and pattern. However, marine biologists point out that Julia doesn't match the acoustic patterns of any known whale species, and its power would suggest a creature larger than even the blue whale, which seems unlikely given our increasingly comprehensive survey of large marine life. A variation on the biological theory suggests that rather than being the voice of a single creature, Julia might represent the collective sound of a large group of animals vocalizing together, perhaps a previously unknown species of squid or fish gathering in massive numbers for spawning or migration. Such collective behaviors have been observed in other marine species and could potentially generate unusual acoustic patterns that don't match the vocalizations of individual animals. More exotic explanations have also been proposed, though these tend to fall outside mainstream scientific consideration. Some have suggested that Julia might be evidence of unknown technology operating in the deep ocean, perhaps secret military experiments, or even, in the most speculative interpretations, non-human technology of extraterrestrial origin. While there's no credible evidence supporting such dramatic claims, they illustrate the way mysterious phenomena often inspire imaginative explanations when conventional ones seem inadequate. Adding to the intrigue surrounding Julia is the fact that it has not been a one-time occurrence. Similar sounds have been detected multiple times since the original 1999 recording, though not with regular periodicity. This irregular recurrence pattern complicates the search for an explanation, as it suggests a source that is neither completely random nor predictably cyclical. The mystery of Julia is compounded by the extreme challenges involved in deep ocean exploration. The locations where these sounds have been detected are often in remote oceanic regions, far from land and in water that may be thousands of meters deep. Mounting expeditions to such locations is enormously expensive and logistically complex, requiring specialized vessels, equipment capable of withstanding extreme pressures, and significant time commitments. As a result, direct investigation of potential sound sources has been limited. Another factor complicating the investigation is the way sound travels through water. Unlike in air, where sound waves move in relatively straightforward patterns, ocean acoustics are affected by complex factors including water temperature, salinity, pressure, and the presence of various layers and currents. These factors can cause sound waves to be channeled, reflected, or distorted in ways that make it difficult to precisely locate their origin, even with multiple recording stations. The scientific community's approach to Julia exemplifies the methodical way researchers address unexplained phenomena. Rather than jumping to exotic conclusions, oceanographers, marine biologists, and acoustic specialists have been systematically analyzing the sound's characteristics, comparing it to known acoustic signatures, and attempting to identify natural processes that could produce similar patterns. This methodical approach may lack the excitement of more sensational explanations, but it represents the most reliable path to eventually solving the mystery. Julia is not the only unexplained sound that has been recorded in the world's oceans. In 1997, NOAA hydrophones picked up another mysterious sound that was dubbed the Bloop, a powerful ultra-low frequency sound that rose rapidly in frequency, similar to Julia but with different specific characteristics. Initially, the Bloop generated significant interest because its acoustic pattern resembled that of a living creature, albeit one that would have to be many times larger than a blue whale. After years of analysis, researchers eventually determined that the Bloop was most likely the sound of a large ice-calving event, where a massive piece of Antarctic ice broke away from a glacier or ice shelf. This explanation was supported by the sound's point of origin, which was eventually traced to a region near Antarctica known for such events. The resolution of the Bloop mystery provides hope that Julia, too, may eventually find a natural explanation, even if that explanation currently eludes us. Another famous unexplained ocean sound, known as the slow down, was recorded in 1997, just months before the Bloop. As its name suggests, this sound lasted for about 7 minutes and gradually decreased in frequency, the opposite pattern from Julia's upsweep. Like Julia, the slowdown has not been conclusively identified, though ice-related phenomena remain a leading hypothesis. Perhaps the most persistent unexplained ocean sound is the so-called upsweep, first detected in 1991 and still occasionally recorded today. This sound consists of a series of narrowband upsweeping sounds, each lasting several seconds. What makes upsweep particularly interesting is its seasonality. The sound seems to be more prevalent during spring and fall months. This seasonal pattern has led some researchers to suggest it might be related to ocean warming and cooling cycles, perhaps causing movement in underwater structures or affecting how sound travels through water of different temperatures. The clustering of these unexplained sounds in the Pacific Ocean, particularly along the equatorial Pacific and near the Southern Ocean, suggests that there might be specific geological or oceanographic features in these regions that are conducive to generating unusual acoustics. The Pacific Ring of Fire, with its intense volcanic and seismic activity, creates a unique underwater environment that could potentially produce sounds unlike those found in other ocean basins. In recent years, advances in underwater acoustic monitoring technology have provided new tools in the quest to identify Julia and similar sounds. More sensitive hydrophones, deployed in greater numbers and with better spatial distribution, allow for more precise triangulation of sound sources. Additionally, machine learning algorithms are being applied to the massive datasets of ocean sounds, helping to categorize and compare acoustic signatures in ways that might reveal patterns human analysts would miss. Autonomous underwater vehicles equipped with acoustic sensors now allow researchers to conduct mobile surveys of areas where mysterious sounds have been detected, potentially getting closer to the source than fixed hydrophone arrays permit. These vehicles can be programmed to follow specific search patterns or to home in on sounds matching particular acoustic signatures, essentially acting as underwater sound detectives. Another promising approach involves correlating acoustic data with other types of oceanographic measurements. By examining water temperature, current patterns, seismic activity, and even biological surveys from times and locations where Julia has been detected, researchers hope to identify environmental factors that might coincide with the sound's occurrence, potentially providing clues to its origin. The mystery of Julia reminds us of just how vast and unexplored our oceans remain. Despite centuries of maritime history and decades of scientific oceanography, we have directly observed less than 5% of the ocean floor at high resolution. The deep ocean represents one of the last truly unexplored frontiers on our planet, with new species, geological features, and natural phenomena being discovered regularly. This sense of the unknown extends to the invisible realm of sound as well. The ocean is filled with a complex symphony of noises, many of which we are only beginning to record and catalog systematically. Before the deployment of hydrophone arrays for military and scientific purposes, most of these sounds went unheard by human ears, existing in an acoustic realm beyond our perception or understanding. What makes Julia particularly compelling is not just that it represents an unsolved scientific puzzle, but that it speaks to something deeper in human psychology. Our fascination with the unknown, especially when it emanates from environments as alien and inaccessible as the deep ocean. There is something profoundly evocative about the image of an unidentified sound echoing through the black depths, a call from an unknown source traveling through an environment where humans cannot naturally survive. This fascination with mysterious ocean sounds has permeated popular culture, inspiring movies, novels, and even music compositions based on recordings like Julia. These creative interpretations often emphasize the eerier aspects of the sounds, playing into our primal fear of the dark, deep unknown. While such dramatizations may stray from scientific accuracy, they reflect the powerful hold these mysteries have on our collective imagination. For scientists, however, Julia represents not just a curiosity, but a genuine opportunity to expand our understanding of ocean acoustics and potentially discover new natural phenomena. The process of investigating such sounds pushes researchers to develop better monitoring equipment, more sophisticated analysis techniques, and more comprehensive models of how sound behaves in the complex ocean environment. There's also a more practical aspect to understanding Julia and similar sounds. The ocean is increasingly important as a domain for human activity, from shipping and resource extraction to military operations and scientific research. Unexplained acoustic phenomena can potentially interfere with sonar systems, underwater communications, and other technologies that rely on predictable acoustic properties of seawater. Identifying the source of Julia might provide insights that improve the reliability of these systems. From a conservation perspective, understanding all aspects of the ocean environment, including its acoustic properties, is crucial for effective stewardship. If Julia does turn out to have a biological source, it could potentially reveal previously unknown aspects of marine ecosystem dynamics. Even if the source is geological, understanding how such sounds propagate through the ocean could help us better monitor the health of marine environments and the impacts of human activities on them. As research continues, it's entirely possible that the mystery of Julia will eventually be solved, joining phenomena like the Bloop that have moved from the realm of the unexplained to the understood. It's equally possible, however, that some ocean sounds will remain enigmatic, their sources too remote, too rare, or too complex to be definitively identified with current technology. Either outcome reflects the nature of scientific inquiry, a continual process of questioning, investigating, and gradually expanding the boundaries of human knowledge. In this sense, Julia represents not just a specific acoustic puzzle, but a symbol of the ongoing human endeavor to understand our world, including its most inaccessible and mysterious corners. For now, the sound remains classified as an unidentified sound, one of several cataloged by NOAA and other oceanographic institutions. Recordings of Julia continue to be studied, compared with new data, and subjected to increasingly sophisticated analysis techniques. Somewhere in this methodical scientific process, or perhaps in a future expedition to deploy sensors closer to the sound source, may lie the key to finally understanding what creates this haunting call from the deep. Until then, Julia continues to echo through both the physical medium of the ocean and the conceptual space of human curiosity, A reminder that even in our age of satellite mapping and global communications, the natural world still holds mysteries waiting to be solved. As we peer into the oceanic abyss, listening to its strange and unexplained voices, we confront not just the limits of our knowledge, but the limitless potential for discovery that has always drawn humans to explore the unknown. Perhaps most compellingly, Julia reminds us that the most profound mysteries often come not from what we can see, but from what we can hear, sounds traveling through darkness, carrying information about events and processes hidden from direct observation. In the realm of ocean acoustics, we are like ancient astronomers, inferring the nature of distant phenomena not through direct observation, but through careful analysis of the signals that reach us across vast distances. And just as astronomy has revealed a universe far stranger and more wondrous than our ancestors could have imagined, the study of ocean sounds may yet reveal aspects of our own planet that we have never suspected. There are mysteries in this world that linger like echoes, reverberating through time long after their origins have faded into darkness. The story of the SS Orang Medan is one such mystery, a ghostly transmission from a ship that may have never existed, yet continues to haunt maritime history to this day. In June of 1947, multiple ships navigating the Strait of Malacca between Sumatra and Malaysia reported receiving a chilling distress call. The message, transmitted in Morse code, was brief but deeply disturbing. All officers, including captain, are dead, lying in chartroom and bridge, possibly whole crew dead. After a moment of silence, a final message came through. I die. And then nothing but the cold silence of radio static. The coordinates provided in the transmission placed the vessel in the Strait of Malacca, one of the world's busiest shipping lanes. The American vessel Silver Star immediately diverted course to provide assistance, racing against time to reach the stricken ship. What the rescue crew discovered when they boarded the Orang Medan would become one of the most chilling maritime mysteries ever recorded. According to the widely circulated accounts, the Silver Star found the Orang Medan floating aimlessly, seemingly abandoned but intact. With no visible damage to the hull, the rescuers boarded the vessel expecting to find survivors or at least an explanation. Instead, they were met with a scene of inexplicable horror. The entire crew lay dead, their bodies scattered across the decks and throughout the ship's compartments. But it wasn't just the fact of their deaths that disturbed the rescuers. It was the manner in which they had died. Every member of the crew, including the captain and his dog, was found with their bodies frozen in postures of abject terror. Their eyes were wide open, their arms outstretched as if warding off some invisible attacker. Their mouths were fixed in silent screams, their faces contorted in expressions of pure horror. Most disturbing of all, there were no signs of wounds, struggle, or any obvious cause of death. It was as if the entire crew had simultaneously witnessed something so terrifying that their hearts simply stopped beating. As the Silver Star crew prepared to tow the ghost ship to port, they noticed smoke billowing from below decks. Within moments, a fire erupted in the cargo hold. The rescue team barely had time to cut the tow line and retreat to a safe distance before the Orang Medan exploded with such force that it was lifted out of the water. The vessel quickly sank, taking with it any physical evidence that might have explained the crew's mysterious fate. The official reports, if they ever existed, have never been found. No registry of a vessel named Orang Medan has ever been confirmed in Lloyd's shipping registry or any other maritime database. No manifests, no crew lists, no record of the cargo it was carrying. It's as if the ship was a phantom, materializing only long enough to deliver its macabre message before disappearing beneath the waves forever. Yet the story persisted, passed between sailors like a warning, published in various forms throughout the decades. The most detailed account appeared in a 1952 issue of the Proceedings of the Merchant Marine Council, published by the United States Coast Guard. Even this, however, was a second-hand retelling, not an official investigation report. What happened aboard the Orang Medan? The theories are as numerous as they are unsettling. Some believe the ship was carrying illegal chemical or biological weapons, perhaps nerve gas hidden from authorities after World War II. A leak in the cargo hold could have released toxic fumes that killed the crew but left no visible marks. The subsequent fire and explosion could have been deliberately triggered to hide the evidence of this illicit cargo. Others suggest more exotic explanations. The ship's location in the Strait of Malacca places it in an area known for pirate activity. Perhaps the crew was massacred by pirates who then used the vessel's radio to send the cryptic message, either as a macabre joke or to lure rescue ships into a trap. But this doesn't explain the lack of wounds on the bodies, or why pirates would abandon a perfectly good vessel. Some researchers point to the region's history of seismic activity. Underwater earthquakes can release large pockets of methane gas trapped beneath the seabed. If such a bubble were to surface beneath the Orang Medan, it could have reduced the water's density, causing the ship to lose buoyancy and briefly sink. More importantly, the methane could have displaced the oxygen around the vessel, asphyxiating the crew. When the Silver Star arrived, the methane would have dissipated, making the cause of death undetectable to the rescuers. Then there are those who venture into the realm of the supernatural. The Strait of Malacca has long been associated with legends of ghost ships and unexplained disappearances. Some believe the Orang Medan encountered something beyond human understanding, perhaps the same malevolent force that has claimed other vessels in the region's troubled waters. The expressions of terror frozen on the faces of the dead certainly suggest they saw something horrifying in their final moments. What makes the Orang Medan case particularly maddening is that we cannot even verify that the incident actually occurred. With no official records, no physical evidence, and contradictory accounts, some skeptics suggest the entire story is a maritime legend, a ghost story told by sailors that somehow found its way into print and was thereafter accepted as fact. Yet certain details lend credence to the tale. The specificity of the distress message, the consistent descriptions of the crew's macabre appearance across multiple accounts, and the fact that the story was considered credible enough to be published in a Coast Guard journal all suggest there may be a kernel of truth buried within the legend. If the Orang Medan did exist, what was it carrying that required such secrecy? In the aftermath of World War II, many nations were racing to secure chemical and biological weapons developed by the Japanese or Germans. Could the Orang Medan have been part of a covert operation to transport such materials, an operation so sensitive that all records of the ship were deliberately erased after the disaster? Perhaps most intriguing is the ship's name itself. Orang Medan roughly translates from Malay as man from Medan, Medan being a city in Sumatra. Yet no shipping company operating in that region at that time is known to have named a vessel this way. Was the name a code, a disguise, or simply a fabrication? The deep waters of the Strait of Malacca have long since closed over the wreckage of the Orang Medan, if it ever existed at all. The supposed coordinates of its sinking have never been properly investigated with modern equipment. No expedition has ever searched for the remains of the vessel. If it lies on the seabed, it keeps its secrets in the darkness. What we're left with is a ghostly transmission from the past, a desperate message from men who, according to the story, died in a state of unimaginable terror. Whether the Orang Medan was a real ship caught in a genuine maritime disaster, or simply a persistent legend born in the imagination of sailors, its story continues to captivate and disturb those who hear it. Perhaps someday, advances in deep-sea exploration will allow us to search the seabed where the Orang Medan supposedly sank. Until then, the mystery remains just beyond our reach, a whisper from the depths, a cold transmission cutting through the static. I die, and then silence. The kind of silence that has no answers, only questions that multiply in the darkness like the creatures of the deep sea themselves. What other secrets lie beneath the waves, waiting to be discovered? What other ghostly transmissions might we intercept if we only knew how to listen? The ocean covers more than 70% of our planet, and we've explored less than 5% of it. In these vast, unknowable depths, countless mysteries remain, some perhaps as chilling as the fate of the crew of the Orang Medan. But not all mysteries involve ships that vanish without explanation. Some involve vessels that disappear under very suspicious circumstances, as we'll see in our next story. Beneath the dark waters of the Pacific Ocean, nearly 3 miles down, lies the wreckage of a submarine that vanished under circumstances so mysterious they triggered one of the Cold War's most elaborate and secretive operations. This is the story of Soviet Submarine K-129, a vessel that disappeared without warning, taking with it a crew of 98 men and a cargo of nuclear weapons. But the mystery doesn't end with the submarine's disappearance. In many ways, that's where it begins. In the early morning hours of March 8, 1968, Soviet submarine K-129 was patrolling in the northern Pacific Ocean. It was a Gulf-class diesel-electric submarine, carrying 3 nuclear-tipped ballistic missiles and tasked with maintaining the Soviet Union's nuclear deterrent. According to the Soviet Navy's records, the submarine was approximately 750 miles northwest of Hawaii, well within its designated patrol area. Then suddenly, and without any distress call, K-129 vanished. When the submarine failed to make its scheduled radio check-ins, the Soviet Navy launched a massive search and rescue operation. For nearly 2 months, Soviet vessels scoured the Pacific, searching desperately for any sign of their missing submarine and its crew. But they found nothing, not a trace of wreckage, not an oil slick, not a single floating piece of debris. It was as if K-129 had simply ceased to exist, swallowed whole by the vast Pacific. What the Soviets didn't know, what they couldn't have known, was that the United States Navy had detected an acoustic event on March 8th, precisely in the area where K-129 would have been patrolling. American SOS sound surveillance system, hydrophones, strategically placed along the ocean floor to monitor Soviet submarine movements, had picked up the sound of an explosion or implosion, followed by the noise of a submarine hull breaking apart as it sank to the seafloor. Even more extraordinarily, the U.S. had not only detected the sinking, but had managed to precisely locate the wreckage using the Navy's advanced underwater detection systems. The submarine was lying 3 miles deep on the ocean floor, far beyond the reach of any salvage technology known to exist at that time. Or so the world thought. What followed was one of the most ambitious and secretive operations in CIA history, a mission so audacious that it would not be fully declassified until 25 years later. Under the codename Project Azorian, the CIA commissioned the construction of a specialized deep-sea mining vessel, the Hughes Glommer Explorer. The cover story was that billionaire Howard Hughes was investing in deep-sea mining technology to extract manganese nodules from the ocean floor, a plausible explanation given the genuine interest in seabed mining at the time. In reality, the Hughes Glommer Explorer was designed for one specific purpose: to lift the 3,000-ton Soviet submarine from the crushing depths of the Pacific Ocean. The technical challenges were immense. No one had ever attempted to recover an object so large from such an extreme depth. The pressure at the wreck site was nearly 5,000 pounds per square inch. The engineering team had to design a massive mechanical claw, aptly nicknamed Clementine, that could be lowered 3 miles to the seafloor, grasp the fragile, corroded hull of the submarine, and lift it to the surface without breaking apart. In July 1974, 6 years after K-129 sank, the Hughes Glommer Explorer positioned itself directly above the wreck site. Away from prying eyes, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, the CIA began its audacious recovery mission. Slowly, methodically, the enormous claw descended through the darkness. After several days of careful maneuvering, it grasped the hull of K-129 and began the painstaking process of lifting it to the surface. What happened next remains partially classified, but according to declassified documents and statements from crew members, the operation was only partially successful. As the submarine was being raised, a portion of the hull broke away, plunging back to the seafloor and taking with it some of the most valuable intelligence targets, including potentially 2 of the nuclear missiles. Nevertheless, the forward section of the submarine, containing the command center, code room, and potentially 1 nuclear missile, was successfully recovered. The Soviets, despite their extensive search efforts, had been looking in the wrong place entirely. They never found the wreckage because K-129 had sunk hundreds of miles from its assigned patrol area. This discrepancy is at the heart of one of the most persistent and troubling questions surrounding the incident. What was a Soviet ballistic missile submarine doing so far outside its patrol zone, in waters closer to Hawaii than to Soviet territory? The question of how K-129 sank remains equally mysterious. Official U.S. accounts suggest the submarine suffered a catastrophic internal explosion, possibly due to a hydrogen gas buildup in its batteries or a missile launch tube accident. But alternative theories abound, many pointing to a more sinister explanation. Some former Soviet naval officers and analysts have suggested that K-129 was sunk by an American submarine in an underwater collision or even a deliberate attack. They point to the USS Swordfish, an American submarine that arrived in Japan for repairs shortly after K-129 disappeared, reportedly with damage to its sail. U.S. Navy records indicate the damage occurred during a severe storm, but the coincidence has fueled speculation for decades. Others have proposed even more elaborate scenarios, including the possibility that K-129 was attempting to launch an unauthorized nuclear strike on Hawaii, possibly as part of a rogue operation or coup attempt within the Soviet military. According to this theory, the submarine may have been sunk by Soviet forces themselves, or by American defenses that detected the launch preparations. What we do know is that the CIA went to extraordinary lengths to recover this particular submarine, spending over $500 million, equivalent to billions today, on the operation. Whatever they found inside the recovered section of K-129 must have been considered worth this enormous investment and risk. The crew of the Hughes Glommer Explorer reportedly conducted burial services for the Soviet sailors whose remains were found in the wreckage, recording the ceremony for possible later release to the Soviet government. This footage, like much of what was discovered aboard K-129, remains classified. Did the United States recover cryptographic materials that allowed them to decode Soviet naval communications? Did they find evidence of a mechanical defect that could be exploited across the entire class of Soviet submarines? Or did they discover something more troubling, perhaps evidence that K-129 was indeed preparing to launch its missiles when disaster struck? The full truth about K-129 remains buried in classified archives and at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. The Soviet Union, and later Russia, has continued to question the official American account of an accidental explosion. The families of the 98 Soviet sailors who perished have never received a complete explanation of how their loved ones died. In the murky depths of the Cold War, where submarines prowled like silent predators and nations guarded their secrets with obsessive determination, the fate of K-129 remains one of the most tantalizing unsolved mysteries. It's a reminder that beneath the surface of the world's oceans, away from public view, a shadow war was fought with technologies, tactics, and stakes that the average citizen could hardly imagine. And somewhere in the Pacific, 3 miles down, the remains of K-129 still lie scattered across the abyssal plain, a monument to 98 sailors who sailed into darkness and never returned, their final moments known only to the silent depths. But while the K-129 remains forever entombed in the crushing depths of the Pacific, our next mystery concerns a vessel that refuses to stay lost, a phantom ship that appears and vanishes with the Arctic ice, haunting the frozen waters of the North for over a century. The vast Arctic Circle, with its crushing ice floes and months of perpetual darkness, has always been a realm where reality seems to blur at the edges. Ships that venture into these frozen waters face dangers unlike anywhere else on Earth. Ice can crush hulls like eggshells, sudden storms can appear out of clear skies, and the extreme cold can kill in minutes. It's a place where ships and men disappear without warning, sometimes without leaving a trace. But there's one vessel that refused to disappear completely, a ship that has been appearing and vanishing again for over a century, earning it the name, the Ghost Ship of the Arctic. The story begins in 1872, when the whaling ship Bimini was constructed in Sweden. For 59 years, this sturdy vessel navigated the world's oceans without incident, changing owners and purposes along the way. By 1931, the Bimini was owned by the Hudson's Bay Company and was being used to trade goods with Inuit settlements along the coast of Alaska, collecting valuable furs in exchange for supplies from the outside world. In October of 1931, the Bimini was making its final trading run of the season before winter set in, navigating along the northern coast of Alaska near Barrow. The ship and its crew of 14 were racing against time, trying to complete their mission before the Arctic Ocean began to freeze over. But nature had other plans. An early winter storm descended upon them with unexpected ferocity, bringing plummeting temperatures that caused the sea around the Bimini to freeze with alarming speed. Before Captain Sidney Cornwell could maneuver the vessel to safer waters, the Bimini became trapped in pack ice, a sailor's nightmare. The pressure of the surrounding ice threatened to crush the ship's wooden hull at any moment. As the days passed and the ice showed no signs of releasing its grip, the captain made the difficult decision to abandon ship for the safety of the mainland. The crew established a temporary camp on the shore, hoping that a break in the weather might free their vessel. A week later, a powerful blizzard enveloped the region. When the storm finally cleared, the crew looked out to sea and made a shocking discovery. The Bimini had vanished. Captain Cornwell assumed the storm had broken up the ice and that his ship had sunk beneath the waves, another victim of the merciless Arctic. Half the crew was sent home, while the captain and remaining sailors stayed behind to salvage what cargo they could when spring arrived and revealed whatever wreckage remained. But the Arctic wasn't finished with the Bimini. Just days after its disappearance, an Inuit hunter approached the captain with astonishing news. The Bimini was still afloat, having drifted about 45 miles from where it had been trapped. Captain Cornwell and his remaining crew trekked across the ice to confirm this seemingly miraculous resurrection. There it was, the Bimini, listing slightly but otherwise intact. However, after inspecting the vessel, Cornwell determined that it was too badly damaged to salvage before winter set in completely. The decision was made to retrieve the most valuable furs from the cargo hold and abandon the ship to its fate. Surely, the captain reasoned, the Bimini would not survive the brutal Arctic winter. The remaining crew departed, leaving the ghost ship alone in the frozen wasteland. But the Bimini refused to sink. Over the next 4 decades, the abandoned vessel would be sighted no fewer than 20 times, drifting with the Arctic currents, appearing and disappearing like a phantom. The first reported sighting came just weeks after its abandonment, when it was spotted by a few travelers 30 miles from where the crew had left it. In March 1932, a party of Inuit hunters took shelter aboard the ship during a storm, becoming temporary inhabitants of the ghost vessel. Later that year, a trading party spotted it floating peacefully near the shore. In 1933, a group of explorers actually boarded the Bimini, finding the interior in remarkably good condition despite being abandoned for 2 years. Throughout the 1930s and 40s, various ships and planes reported encounters with the mysterious vessel. Sometimes it would be seen floating freely in open water, other times it would be locked in ice, only to break free and disappear again. Each sighting added to the legend of the unkillable ship that wandered the Arctic like a restless spirit. Some brave souls attempted to salvage the Bimini over the years. In 1934, A captain named Hugh Paulson attempted to claim salvage rights, but was prevented by severe ice conditions. Another group boarded her in 1939, but a sudden storm forced them to abandon their salvage attempt. Each time humans tried to reclaim the vessel, the Arctic seemed to intervene, as if the Bechimo was now the property of the ice and cold. The most detailed account comes from 1969, nearly 40 years after the ship was abandoned. A group of Alaskan natives spotted the Bechimo frozen in an ice pack. They reported that the ship appeared weathered but largely intact, an astonishing testament to its construction and resilience. This would be the last confirmed sighting of the ghost ship. What makes the Bechimo story so compelling is not just its longevity as a derelict vessel, but the way it seemed to appear and disappear at will. Sailors and coastal residents would spot it in one location, only for it to vanish and reappear hundreds of miles away. Sometimes it would be visible for days or weeks. Other times, it would only be glimpsed briefly before being swallowed by fog, storms, or the vast Arctic emptiness. The ghost ship became something of a legend among the Inuit peoples and the few settlers of the far north. Stories circulated about the Bechimo appearing during storms, as if summoned by the weather itself. Some claimed to have seen lights aboard the vessel, though it had been abandoned for decades. Others insisted they heard the creaking of its wooden hull even when the ship was locked in silent ice. How did this abandoned vessel survive decade after decade in one of the world's most hostile environments? Most ships trapped in Arctic ice are eventually crushed by the immense pressure as ice floes collide. Yet somehow, the Bechimo found a way to endure. Some marine experts suggest that the ship's design, with a rounded hull typical of vessels built for northern waters, may have allowed it to be lifted by encroaching ice rather than crushed by it. Others point to the shifting patterns of Arctic currents, which might have continuously moved the ship to areas where the ice pressure was less severe. There's also the possibility that the Bechimo found refuge in the gyres and currents of the Arctic Ocean, perhaps spending years circling in the relatively calm eye of these oceanic movements, before being pushed out to where it could be spotted by human eyes. The warming and cooling cycles of the Arctic, which cause the ice to retreat and advance seasonally, might explain why the ship would appear and disappear as if by magic. In 2006, the Alaskan government officially declared the search for the Bechimo over, concluding that after 47 years of drifting as a ghost ship, it had likely finally succumbed to the elements and sunk beneath the waves. If it still exists, it would now be over 150 years old, making it one of the oldest vessels still afloat, if only as a wreck. Yet some aren't convinced the Bechimo is gone for good. As climate change dramatically alters the Arctic landscape, melting ice that has been frozen for centuries, some speculate that the ghost ship might make one final appearance. Perhaps it's trapped in a remote ice pack, waiting to be freed by the warming temperatures. Or maybe it's resting on the shallow continental shelf, preserved by the cold waters and waiting to be discovered by modern sonar. Expeditions using advanced underwater technology have searched for the Bechimo in recent years, hoping to solve the mystery once and for all. So far, they've found no trace. The ghost ship of the Arctic keeps its secrets, appearing and vanishing in the telling and retelling of its story, much as it did in the frozen waters of the North. The tale of the Bechimo reminds us that even in an age of satellites and GPS, the world's oceans still hold mysteries that elude our understanding. A ship can become a legend, drifting between the worlds of the living and the lost, visible one moment and gone the next. And in the vast emptiness of the Arctic, where the boundaries between ice, sea, and sky blur into whiteness, perhaps there's still a ghost ship sailing, waiting for human eyes to glimpse it once more before it vanishes again into the mist. While the Bechimo continues to haunt the frozen north, our next mystery takes us to the warm waters of the South China Sea, where one of history's greatest treasures lies tantalizingly out of reach. Deep beneath the waves of the Strait of Malacca lies what many consider to be the most valuable shipwreck in history, a Portuguese galleon whose cargo would be worth billions in today's currency. Yet despite countless expeditions and search efforts spanning centuries, the exact location of this treasure remains one of the sea's most closely guarded secrets. This is the story of the Flor de la Mar, the flower of the sea, and the fabulous fortune that went down with her. The tale begins in the early 16th century, during the age of European colonial expansion. Portugal, a relatively small nation on the edge of Europe, had become one of the world's first global empires through its mastery of oceanic navigation. Portuguese ships ventured farther than any European vessels had gone before, establishing trading posts and colonies across Africa, Asia, and South America. By 1511, they had reached as far as Malacca, in present-day Malaysia, a vital trading hub that controlled access to the lucrative Spice Islands. Among the Portuguese fleet was a magnificent carrack named Flor de la Mar, built in 1502 in Lisbon. She was one of the largest Portuguese ships of her day, a floating fortress stretching over 118 feet long, with high fore and aft castles typical of the period. For 9 years, she had successfully navigated the treacherous Cape of Good Hope route between Portugal and India, surviving storms and battles that had claimed many other vessels. In 1511, the Flor de la Mar found herself part of a historic military campaign. The legendary Portuguese Admiral Afonso de Albuquerque had set his sights on conquering Malacca, which was then a powerful sultanate controlling the narrow strait between the Malay Peninsula and Sumatra. After a fierce battle, Albuquerque's forces captured the city, dealing a significant blow to Muslim trade dominance in the region and securing Portugal's access to the spice-rich islands beyond. Following the conquest, Albuquerque spent months systematically looting Malacca of its incredible wealth. The city had been one of the richest trading ports in Asia, where goods from China, India, Arabia, and Europe changed hands. Its palaces and treasuries contained accumulated riches beyond European imagination: gold ornaments, silver bars, precious gems, intricately carved jade, fine silks, rare spices, and priceless artifacts from across the known world. When it came time to send the Sultan's treasure back to Portugal as a gift for King Manuel I, Albuquerque chose the Flor de la Mar as his flagship. Some historical accounts suggest the treasure included 7 tons of gold ornaments and jewels from the Sultan's palace, 60 tons of silver, and a diamond reportedly the size of a man's thumb. There were rubies and sapphires by the chestful, pearls by the pound, and golden animals adorned with precious stones. The cargo allegedly included gilded throne chairs, solid gold armories, and a bracelet made from 340 large diamonds and rubies. Besides the Sultan's treasure, the ship carried Albuquerque's own fortune and the spoils claimed by his officers. Some accounts mention porcelain vases so rare that they were worth more than gold by weight, spices packed in solid gold containers, and tapestries woven with gold thread. If the historical accounts are to be believed, the Flor de la Mar carried what would today be worth between $4 and $7 billion, making it the most valuable shipwreck treasure in history. In late November 1511, the Flor de la Mar set sail from Malacca, heavy with her precious cargo. Albuquerque himself was aboard, planning to personally deliver the Sultan's treasure to his king. But the Flor de la Mar, despite her impressive size, had a critical weakness. After 9 years of hard service in tropical waters, her hull was riddled with shipworm and rotting timbers. She had been deemed too unseaworthy for the long voyage back to Portugal around the Cape of Good Hope, which is why Albuquerque planned to take her only as far as Goa, where the treasure could be transferred to more seaworthy vessels. The Flor de la Mar never reached Goa. On the night of November 25, 1511, as the ship navigated through the Strait of Malacca, a violent storm arose. With her deep draft and deteriorated hull, the old carrack struggled against the powerful waves. Near the shores of Sumatra, close to what is now the city of Medan in Indonesia, the Flor de la Mar struck a reef or shoal and began to break apart. The ship's demise was swift and catastrophic. Water flooded into her hold, and the weight of her treasure accelerated her sinking. Albuquerque himself barely escaped with his life, rescued by a small boat as the mighty galleon disintegrated around him. Most of the crew and soldiers aboard were not so fortunate. Of the approximately 400 men on the Flor de la Mar, historical records suggest that only a handful survived. The magnificent treasure, payment for Portugal's audacious imperial ambitions, vanished beneath the waves. Albuquerque was devastated by the loss. In a letter to King Manuel, he lamented not only the deaths of his men, but also the disappearance of the most beautiful jewels that ever left Portugal. He described how the sea had swallowed everything, leaving almost no trace of the ship or its fabulous cargo. Yet almost immediately after the sinking, efforts began to locate and recover the lost treasure. The shallow waters of the strait should have made recovery possible, but a combination of factors complicated the search. The exact location of the sinking was uncertain, recorded only in the imprecise navigational terms of the early 16th century. Strong currents in the strait likely scattered the wreckage. Most significantly, the political situation was hostile. The local Sumatran rulers had no intention of allowing the Portuguese to recover their stolen treasure. Over the centuries that followed, the legend of the Flor de la Mar grew. Fishermen in the region told stories of gold washing up on beaches after storms. Local divers reported glimpsing submerged structures that might have been the remains of a European ship. During the colonial era, Dutch, British, and Portuguese expeditions all attempted to locate the wreck, but none succeeded in finding definitive proof of the Flor de la Mar or recovering her treasure. In more recent times, modern technology has been brought to bear on the mystery. Side-scan sonar, magnetometers, and sophisticated diving equipment have all been employed in the search. Various expeditions have claimed to have found the wreck, but none have produced evidence compelling enough to convince historical and archaeological authorities. The treacherous waters of the strait, with their limited visibility and dangerous currents, continue to guard the secret. The political and legal complications surrounding the potential discovery are nearly as daunting as the physical challenges. If found, who would own the treasure? Would it belong to Portugal as the original owner, to Indonesia or Malaysia, in whose territorial waters it might lie, to the descendants of the Malaccan Sultanate from whom it was taken? These questions have preemptively sparked diplomatic tensions and competing claims even before a single gold coin has been recovered. Some historians and archaeologists now question whether the treasure was as vast as the chronicles suggest. Historical accounts from the age of exploration were often exaggerated for political effect, and Albuquerque had every reason to magnify the value of what was lost to absolve himself of blame for the disaster. Still, even if the accounts were inflated, the cargo of the Flor de la Mar would still represent one of the richest shipwreck treasures ever lost. What makes the story of the Flor de la Mar particularly compelling is that, unlike many historical treasures, it is likely still intact. Gold does not corrode in seawater. Gems do not dissolve. If the ship went down in a relatively sheltered part of the strait, protected from the worst currents and sedimentation, much of its cargo could remain in remarkable condition, awaiting discovery. The mystery endures to this day, tantalizing treasure hunters and archaeologists alike. Somewhere beneath the waters of the Strait of Malacca, potentially buried under centuries of silt or concealed within a coral-encrusted remnant of wooden hull, lies a king's ransom in gold and jewels. It remains one of the most valuable lost treasures in maritime history, a submerged fortune that has defied discovery for over 500 years. Perhaps it's fitting that the wealth of Malacca, taken by force during a pivotal moment in the history of colonialism, has remained beyond the reach of those who sought to claim it. Like many treasures lost to the deep, the cargo of the Flor de la Mar seems protected by the sea itself, preserved in darkness as a glittering monument to human ambition and the ultimate power of nature to reclaim what we most value. As technology advances and our ability to search the ocean depths improves, it seems inevitable that someday the final resting place of the Flor de la Mar will be discovered. When that day comes, it will not only be a momentous find for treasure hunters, but also an unprecedented opportunity for archaeologists to study a perfectly preserved time capsule from the early days of European expansion into Asia. Until then, the flower of the sea keeps her secrets, hidden beneath the waves of the strait where she met her end more than 5 centuries ago. The ocean covers over 70% of our planet, yet we've mapped less than 20% of its depths. Think about that for a moment. We have better maps of Mars than we do of our own ocean floor. And nowhere is this mystery more profound than at the deepest known point on Earth, Challenger Deep. Located in the Mariana Trench in the western Pacific Ocean, Challenger Deep plunges approximately 36,000 feet below sea level. That's nearly 7 miles straight down, deeper than Mount Everest is tall. If you placed Everest at the bottom of Challenger Deep, its peak would still be more than a mile underwater. The pressure at this depth is unfathomable, over 8 tons per square inch, roughly equivalent to having 50 jumbo jets balanced on top of you. But what exactly lies at the bottom of this abyss? Who has ventured there and what have they discovered? And perhaps most intriguingly, what remains unseen, hidden in the crushing darkness of Earth's deepest point? Challenger Deep was first discovered in 1875 by the HMS Challenger, a British Royal Navy vessel on a groundbreaking scientific expedition. Using nothing more than weighted rope, literally dropping rope with weights attached until it hit bottom, they measured this extraordinary depth, though their measurement of 26,800 feet was significantly off from what we now know. It would take nearly a century before humans would venture there themselves. In 1960, oceanographer Jacques Piccard and Navy Lieutenant Don Walsh descended to the bottom of Challenger Deep in the bathyscaphe Trieste. Their journey took nearly 5 hours, and they spent only 20 minutes at the bottom. Their primitive viewport was limited, and they reported seeing what appeared to be a flatfish, though many scientists now believe this was likely a sea cucumber or some other invertebrate, as the conditions at that depth are thought to be too extreme for vertebrate life. After this historic dive, no human would return to Challenger Deep for 52 years. In 2012, film director James Cameron made a solo descent in the Deep-Sea Challenger, a specialized submersible designed specifically for this mission. Cameron spent 3 hours exploring and documenting the seafloor. His journey revealed a desolate, alien landscape, barren, with few visible signs of life. But what he did find challenged our understanding of deep-sea ecosystems. More recently, the 5 Deeps expedition led by explorer Victor Vescovo broke records with multiple dives to Challenger Deep between 2018 and 2019. They reached a depth of 35,853 feet, potentially the deepest point ever reached by humans. But here's where the mystery deepens. On one of these dives, Vescovo's team spotted something utterly unexpected, a plastic bag floating in the water. Human contamination had reached the most remote place on our planet. But perhaps more interesting than the plastic was what Vescovo's team discovered living in these inhospitable conditions. They found 4 new species of crustaceans called amphipods, translucent scavengers that somehow thrive under conditions that would crush and kill most life forms. They also observed strange stalked creatures clinging to rocks and peculiar translucent fish that appeared adapted to the extreme pressure. The biology of these creatures defies explanation. How do their cells function under such immense pressure? What adaptations allow them to survive where no other life forms can? Scientists have found that proteins in these deep-sea organisms are structured differently, with unique modifications that prevent them from being compressed. Some deep-sea creatures produce special compounds like trimethylamine oxide, or TMAO, a natural antifreeze and pressure protectant that keeps their cells from being crushed. But the mysteries of Challenger Deep extend beyond biology. Geologically, this region poses fascinating questions as well. The Mariana Trench, where Challenger Deep is located, exists because the Pacific tectonic plate is subducting beneath the Philippine plate. This creates not just extreme depths, but also intense seismic activity. Researchers have detected unusual sounds emanating from this region, low-frequency rumbles that some have dubbed the Bloop. While many of these sounds have been attributed to icequakes or sea creatures, some remain unexplained. The sediment at the bottom of Challenger Deep holds its own secrets. Core samples have revealed minerals and microbes that shouldn't be able to exist in such conditions. Some bacteria found there appear to be consuming methane and hydrogen sulfide, chemicals that would be toxic to most life forms. These microorganisms might represent some of the earliest life forms on Earth, possibly similar to those that existed when our planet was young and hostile to complex life. What's particularly fascinating is that we've sent more people to the moon than to the bottom of Challenger Deep. Only about 20 individuals have made the journey to our planet's deepest point, and each new expedition reveals something unexpected, challenging our assumptions about what we know. The vast majority of Challenger Deep remains completely unexplored. We've viewed only tiny patches of its vast expanse. Some researchers speculate that Challenger Deep might harbor hydrothermal vents, similar to those found elsewhere in the deep ocean. These vents support extraordinary ecosystems independent of sunlight, deriving energy from chemicals spewing from the Earth's interior. If such vents exist in Challenger Deep, they might host entirely unknown life forms adapted to the extreme pressure conditions found nowhere else on Earth. There are even theories that suggest the deepest parts of our ocean could shelter relic species, living fossils that have remained unchanged for millions of years, isolated in the stable environment of the deep. Could creatures thought extinct still lurk in these lightless depths? Could there be megafauna, large animals, that have evaded detection simply because we've explored so little of this realm? When Vescovo's team made their record-breaking dives, they deployed landers equipped with cameras and baited traps to attract deep-sea life. The footage they captured showed mysterious shadows moving at the edge of visibility, possibly undiscovered species avoiding the unnatural light of the cameras. Something is living down there, something that doesn't want to be seen. The water itself at these depths harbors mysteries. It's not just the crushing pressure, but also the chemistry that makes Challenger Deep so alien. The water there is more acidic than in shallower regions, and it contains higher concentrations of dissolved carbon dioxide. This creates conditions similar to what scientists predict our oceans might be like in the future due to climate change. In a sense, Challenger Deep is a window into a possible future for our seas. The absolute darkness of Challenger Deep has led to extraordinary adaptations among its inhabitants. Some creatures generate their own light through bioluminescence, a phenomenon seen throughout the deep ocean, but potentially with unique characteristics at extreme depths. Perhaps there are light patterns and communications happening in the deep that we've never witnessed, an entire language of light in a world of darkness. The mystery extends further into the very rock beneath Challenger Deep. The crust is thinner here than almost anywhere else on Earth, meaning we're closer to the mantle at this point than anywhere else on the ocean floor. What geochemical exchanges are occurring? What compounds from Earth's interior might be seeping into the ocean here? We still don't know. And then there's the unexplained phenomena reported by explorers. Both Walsh and Pickard during the original Trieste descent and later explorers have reported unusual visual effects in the water column during descent, inexplicable lights, shadows, or movements that don't seem to correspond to known marine life. Are these optical illusions caused by the extreme conditions, or something else entirely? What makes Challenger Deep particularly tantalizing is the knowledge that we're only scratching the surface of its mysteries. The few explorations that have taken place have been severely limited in scope and duration. The technical challenges of operating at such depths mean that most observations are brief, confined to small areas, and hampered by the limitations of our technology. Meanwhile, unmanned probes have detected unusual magnetic anomalies in parts of the Mariana Trench, including regions near Challenger Deep. These disruptions in Earth's magnetic field have no clear explanation. Some scientists speculate they could be related to unique mineral deposits or geological features, while others suggest more exotic possibilities involving the interaction between seawater pressure and the thin crust in this region. Perhaps most tantalizingly, sound waves behave strangely in the deep ocean. Water pressure, temperature layers, and salinity create sound channels that can carry certain frequencies for thousands of miles. Hydrophones placed near the Mariana Trench have picked up sounds that cannot be readily identified, complex patterns that don't match known natural phenomena or animal vocalizations. Are these signals evidence of unknown creatures communicating in the deep, or something else entirely? One thing is certain: every expedition to Challenger Deep has raised more questions than it has answered. With each new discovery, the mystery only deepens. What other secrets lie hidden in the most inaccessible place on our planet? What would we find if we had the technology to thoroughly explore this alien world? And why does it matter? Understanding Challenger Deep isn't just about satisfying curiosity. The unique life forms found there could hold keys to medical breakthroughs. Proteins that function under extreme pressure might lead to treatments for human diseases. The geological processes at work might help us better understand earthquakes and tsunamis. And perhaps most importantly, knowing what exists in the deepest part of our world helps us grasp the full scope of life on Earth and how it might exist elsewhere in the universe. As we peer into the abyss of Challenger Deep, we're not just looking at an unexplored region of our planet, we're looking at a mirror that reflects how little we truly know about our world. The ocean's greatest mystery isn't just what's down there, it's why we haven't made it a priority to find out. While we spend billions exploring outer space, the inner space of our oceans, particularly its deepest point, remains shrouded in darkness and mystery. What will the next expedition to Challenger Deep reveal? What creature, geological formation, or phenomenon will challenge what we think we know? And how many mysteries will remain, hidden in the crushing darkness of Earth's deepest point, waiting for us to find the courage, technology, and will to discover them? Not all mysteries of the deep are found at the bottom of trenches. Some lurk just beneath the surface in seemingly ordinary stretches of open ocean. Perhaps none is more infamous than the area known as the Dragon's Triangle, a region of the Pacific Ocean that has allegedly claimed countless vessels and aircraft over the centuries. Also known as the Devil's Sea or the Pacific Bermuda Triangle, this enigmatic zone lies off the coast of Japan, extending from western Japan to the island of Guam and possibly beyond. Like its Atlantic counterpart, the Bermuda Triangle, the Dragon's Triangle has become synonymous with unexplained disappearances, magnetic anomalies, and ghostly phenomena. But is there any truth to these tales? What evidence exists, and what possible explanations might account for the mysterious events reported in these waters? The legend of the Dragon's Triangle stretches back centuries in Japanese folklore. Ancient texts refer to it as Mono Yumi, or the Sea of Devils, a place where dragons live beneath the waves, occasionally rising to the surface to claim unsuspecting sailors. Japanese mariners would report seeing strange lights over the water, unexplained fog banks that seemed to appear from nowhere, and most disturbing of all, vessels that would suddenly vanish without a trace. One of the earliest documented incidents occurred in 1291 when Kublai Khan, the Mongol ruler of China, attempted to invade Japan. His fleet of some 900 vessels and 40,000 men was largely destroyed by a massive typhoon later called the Kamikaze, or Divine Wind. While this could be dismissed as simply bad weather, what's curious is that similar attempts at invasion were thwarted by sudden, unexpected storms in precisely the same region. Coincidence or something more mysterious? The modern legend of the Dragon's Triangle gained international attention in the 1950s, when Japanese authorities declared the area a danger zone following the disappearance of several fishing vessels. Between 1952 and 1954, an estimated 5 ships were lost in the region with no distress calls and no wreckage ever recovered. This prompted the Japanese government to send a research vessel, the Kyo Maru 5, to investigate the area in 1954. What happened next only deepened the mystery. The Kyo Maru 5 and its crew of 31 scientists and sailors disappeared while investigating the very phenomenon they had been sent to explain. When no trace of the vessel could be found, the legend of the Dragon's Triangle grew exponentially. How could a modern research vessel simply vanish without sending any distress signal? What makes the Dragon's Triangle particularly intriguing to researchers is its geological uniqueness. The area sits at the junction of several tectonic plates, making it one of the most volcanically active regions on Earth. Underwater volcanoes frequently erupt here, sometimes creating temporary islands that appear and then sink back beneath the waves months or years later. The seabed in this region is in constant flux, with new features forming and old ones disappearing with alarming regularity. This geological instability has led to some of the most intriguing scientific theories about the Dragon's Triangle. One hypothesis suggests that methane hydrates, ice-like compounds that trap vast amounts of methane gas, could be responsible for some disappearances. When disturbed by seismic activity, these compounds can release enormous bubbles of methane that rise to the surface. If a ship were to find itself above such a bubble, the water's density would suddenly decrease, potentially causing the vessel to sink instantly with no time to issue a distress call. Another scientific explanation involves extreme local magnetic anomalies. The region's volcanic activity and unique mineral composition could potentially create areas where compasses and navigation equipment malfunction. In the days before GPS, this could have led ships off course, causing them to become lost or run aground on uncharted submerged volcanic features. Even in modern times, electronic equipment can be affected by intense magnetic fields. But these scientific explanations, while plausible, don't account for all the reported phenomena. Sailors have described seeing strange lights beneath the water, glowing with an unearthly blue-green luminescence that seems to follow their vessels. Others report sudden, localized fog banks that envelop ships in otherwise clear weather, accompanied by equipment failures and disorientation among crew members. When the fog lifts, ships sometimes find themselves miles off course with no explanation for how they got there. Perhaps the most puzzling accounts come from survivors, the rare individuals who have experienced the triangle's strange effects and lived to tell about it. One Japanese fishing crew in 1978 reported that their vessel was suddenly surrounded by an unusual mist. Their engines failed, and electronic equipment went haywire. Most disturbingly, they described experiencing a strange time dilation effect. What seemed like minutes to them apparently lasted hours according to their chronometers. When they finally made it back to port, they couldn't account for nearly 6 hours of lost time. Aircraft have not been immune to the triangle's influence either. Several planes have vanished while flying over these waters, including military aircraft equipped with advanced navigation systems and experienced pilots. In 1945, a squadron of Japanese military planes disappeared while flying through the region. Despite extensive searches, no trace of the aircraft or their crews was ever found. What force could bring down multiple aircraft simultaneously without leaving any debris? Some researchers have noted an interesting correlation between disappearances in the Dragon's Triangle and reports of seismic activity. Many vanishings occur shortly before or after earthquakes or underwater volcanic eruptions in the region. Could there be some connection between these geological events and the reported phenomena? Perhaps energy released during these events affects the atmosphere or ocean in ways we don't yet understand. The Dragon's Triangle also has a curious astronomical alignment. The region sits almost exactly opposite the Bermuda Triangle on the globe. They are nearly antipodal points. This has led some theorists to suggest a connection between the two areas, possibly related to Earth's magnetic field or even more exotic explanations involving gravitational anomalies. While mainstream science dismisses such connections as coincidental, the symmetry is nonetheless intriguing. What makes investigation of the Dragon's Triangle particularly challenging is its remote location and harsh conditions. Strong currents, frequent storms, and significant ocean depths make it difficult to search for wreckage or evidence. Additionally, the region lies within an area frequently used for military exercises by various nations, adding another layer of complexity and secrecy to research efforts. In 1989, best-selling author and investigator Charles Berlitz brought international attention to the Dragon's Triangle with his book, The Dragon's Triangle. Berlitz, who had previously written about the Bermuda Triangle, compiled numerous accounts of strange occurrences in the region. While skeptics questioned the reliability of some of his sources, his work nonetheless highlighted a pattern of unusual events that seemed to defy conventional explanation. One of the more exotic theories involves underwater structures supposedly discovered by underwater cameras and sonar in the region. According to some reports, unusual geometric formations have been detected on the seafloor within the triangle, formations that appear too regular to be natural. Some have even claimed these are the ruins of a lost civilization, perhaps the legendary continent of Mu or Lemuria that some believe once existed in the Pacific. While mainstream archaeology dismisses such claims, the persistent reports of unusual seafloor features continue to fuel speculation. Modern satellite technology has revealed another curious aspect of the region: unusual cloud patterns that seem to form with greater frequency over the Dragon's Triangle. These hexagonal cloud formations, similar to those sometimes observed over the Bermuda Triangle, can be associated with microbursts, powerful downdrafts of air that could potentially endanger aircraft and ships. But this doesn't explain why such formations would occur more frequently in this specific area. The psychological aspect of the Dragon's Triangle cannot be discounted either. Once a region gains a reputation for mysterious disappearances, every incident in that area tends to be viewed through the lens of the existing legend. Perfectly explainable shipwrecks or plane crashes might be attributed to supernatural causes simply because of where they occurred. This confirmation bias can perpetuate and strengthen the myth, even in the absence of truly inexplicable events. Yet even the most skeptical researchers acknowledge that something unusual does seem to happen in this region with greater frequency than in other parts of the ocean. The combination of extreme geological activity, unique electromagnetic properties, and treacherous weather patterns creates conditions found in few other places on Earth. Whether these factors alone can explain all the reported phenomena remains a matter of debate. In recent years, advances in remote sensing technology have allowed scientists to map the Dragon's Triangle in greater detail than ever before. What they've found is a landscape of extraordinary complexity: underwater mountains, deep trenches, and vast fields of hydrothermal vents spewing superheated water and minerals into the ocean. This extreme environment harbors unique ecosystems and potentially unknown phenomena that could contribute to the region's mysterious reputation. Perhaps the truth of the Dragon's Triangle lies not in a single explanation, but in a combination of factors, natural phenomena interacting in complex ways that we don't yet fully understand. Or perhaps there is something more to it, something that continues to elude our best scientific efforts at explanation. As technology advances and more research is conducted in this enigmatic region, will we finally solve the mystery of the Dragon's Triangle, or will it continue to guard its secrets beneath the waves? What we do know is that the oceans still hold many mysteries, and the Dragon's Triangle represents one of the most persistent and intriguing of them all. In an age where we can map distant planets and peer into the furthest reaches of space, there remain places on our own planet that defy explanation, regions where ships and planes continue to vanish without a trace, where compasses spin wildly, and where sailors still report seeing strange lights dancing beneath the waves. In the summer of 2023, Marine biologists operating a deep-sea, remotely operated vehicle off the coast of Alaska made a discovery that would quickly capture the world's imagination. There, resting on the seafloor at a depth of around 3,000 feet, sat what appeared to be a perfectly spherical metallic object approximately 4 feet in diameter. Its surface was smooth, unblemished by corrosion despite its underwater location, and it reflected the ROV's lights with an almost mirror-like quality. The discovery was initially kept quiet as researchers attempted to determine what they were looking at. Was it a lost piece of equipment, a previously unknown natural formation, or something else entirely? The location, far from shipping lanes and known dump sites, made it particularly puzzling. When images finally leaked to the public, speculation ran wild. Some declared it must be an alien artifact. Others suggested it was advanced military technology, and still others claimed it was nothing more than a natural formation being misidentified. What made this discovery particularly intriguing was the orb's apparent defiance of normal oceanic processes. Objects placed in seawater, especially at depth, typically show signs of biological growth, corrosion, or damage. Yet this sphere appeared pristine, as if it had been placed there recently or was somehow impervious to the ocean's effects. Initial readings from the ROV's sensors indicated that the object maintained a temperature slightly warmer than the surrounding water, about 2 degrees Celsius higher. This suggested it might be generating heat internally or was composed of materials with unusual thermal properties. Attempts to analyze the orb's composition from a distance yielded confusing results. Spectroscopic analysis indicated the presence of known metals like titanium and aluminum, but also unusual combinations of elements that didn't match any known alloy. When the ROV attempted to take a sample with its mechanical arm, operators reported that the cutting tool was unable to make any impression on the surface. Whatever this object was made of, it was extraordinarily hard. Perhaps most bizarre was the behavior of marine life around the sphere. Fish and other sea creatures seemed to avoid a perimeter of approximately 10 feet around the object. This avoidance behavior is sometimes seen around hydrothermal vents, where water chemistry and temperature create natural barriers, but no such conditions were detected here. Some marine biologists suggested the sphere might be emitting sounds beyond human hearing range or subtle electromagnetic fields that repelled nearby creatures. After the initial discovery, a more sophisticated research vessel was dispatched to the site with advanced scientific equipment and a team of specialists. Their goal was to determine once and for all what this unusual object was and how it came to rest on the seafloor. But when they arrived at the coordinates, they made an even more puzzling discovery. The sphere was gone. Despite an extensive search of the surrounding seafloor covering several square miles, no trace of the object could be found. This disappearance only fueled further speculation. Had someone or something removed it? Had it moved under its own power? Was the entire incident a hoax or misidentification? The original research team stood by their findings, releasing additional footage showing the sphere from multiple angles. Analysis by video experts confirmed the footage appeared genuine and unaltered. Several theories emerged to explain the mysterious orb. The most prosaic suggestion was that it represented some form of human technology, perhaps a lost sonar buoy, an experimental oceanographic instrument, or even a secretive military device. Proponents of this theory pointed to the metallic composition and perfect spherical shape as evidence of human manufacture. However, no government or research institution came forward to claim ownership, and the object didn't match any known designs in use by oceanographic institutions around the world. Another theory suggested the sphere might be space debris, perhaps a fuel tank or component from a satellite or rocket that had survived re-entry and sunk to the ocean floor. While this could potentially explain the metallic composition and spherical shape, it failed to account for the lack of heat damage that would typically result from atmospheric re-entry. Additionally, space debris experts noted that satellite components rarely maintain such perfect spherical integrity after the violence of re-entry and impact. A third explanation ventured into more controversial territory, that the orb represented evidence of non-human technology, possibly extraterrestrial in origin. Proponents of this theory cited the object's unusual properties, its apparent resistance to corrosion and sampling tools, the thermal differential, and the strange behavior of marine life around it. They also pointed to the object's subsequent disappearance as evidence that whatever placed it there had returned to retrieve it once it had been discovered. Scientists quick to dismiss the extraterrestrial hypothesis faced a challenge in providing a satisfactory natural explanation. Some geologists proposed the object might be an unusually perfect example of a manganese nodule, mineral formations that naturally occur on the seafloor. However, manganese nodules typically form over millions of years, grow to a maximum size of about 10 inches, have irregular surfaces, and don't exhibit the metallic properties observed in the footage. The scientific community largely settled on a cautious position, acknowledging the object appeared genuine and unusual, but emphasizing the need for physical samples and direct examination before drawing extraordinary conclusions. Without being able to analyze the actual material, definitive identification remained impossible. What makes this case particularly fascinating is how it connects to a larger pattern of unidentified submerged objects reported by naval personnel, oceanographers, and commercial divers around the world. In 1971, a Soviet research vessel in the Pacific reported tracking an unknown object moving at over 150 knots beneath the surface, far faster than any known submarine technology was capable of at the time. In the early 2000s, multiple sonar operators aboard U.S. Navy vessels detected objects moving at impossible speeds and making instant 90-degree turns underwater, maneuvers that would tear any conventional craft apart due to the resistance of water. Could the Alaskan sphere be related to these other underwater anomalies? Some researchers believe there may be a connection, pointing to similar descriptions of metallic, geometrically perfect objects observed at various depths throughout the world's oceans. If so, the implications would be profound, suggesting either an unknown advanced technology operating beneath the waves or something even more exotic. Adding another layer to the mystery, oceanographers have noted that the location where the sphere was discovered lies within an area known for unusual geomagnetic properties. The region experiences magnetic anomalies that can cause compass deviations and has been associated with periodic electronic equipment failures. This has led some researchers to speculate that whatever the sphere was, its placement in this location might not have been random, but deliberately chosen for these unique properties. Following the original discovery, several witnesses came forward claiming to have seen similar objects in other parts of the world's oceans. A retired naval officer reported encountering a nearly identical sphere while serving aboard a submarine in the South Atlantic in the 1980s. A commercial diver working on underwater pipeline inspection in the Gulf of Mexico described a similar object he observed briefly before it moved off at incredible speed. While these accounts are difficult to verify, they suggest the Alaskan sphere may not have been a unique occurrence. Some marine archaeologists proposed a different angle, that the sphere might represent technology from an ancient advanced civilization, perhaps one that existed before the end of the last ice age when sea levels were much lower. This theory, while speculative, notes that many ancient texts describe advanced technological capabilities that conventional archaeology has dismissed as myth or misunderstanding. Could some of these accounts have basis in fact, with physical evidence now hidden beneath the waves? The partial declassification of various government programs in recent years has revealed significant official interest in unidentified objects operating in our oceans. The U.S. Navy's Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, which studied unusual aerial phenomena, also investigated objects transiting between air and sea, so-called transmedium vehicles that could operate in multiple environments. While the connection to the Alaskan sphere remains speculative, it suggests military and intelligence agencies take such phenomena seriously enough to dedicate resources to their study. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of the case is what happened after news of the discovery became public. Several oceanographic institutions reported unusual interference with their equipment when attempting to conduct research in the region. Sonar systems experienced unexplained failures. Autonomous underwater vehicles lost communication with their control ships, and in one particularly strange incident, all the data collected during a 3-day mapping expedition was found to be corrupted upon the research vessel's return to port. Was this merely coincidence, or evidence of something actively working to prevent further investigation? Those inclined toward conspiracy theories suggested government agencies might be enforcing a zone of information control around the discovery. More skeptical observers pointed to the region's known geomagnetic anomalies as a natural explanation for equipment malfunctions. What we know with certainty is remarkably little. A metallic, spherical object was documented on the seafloor. It displayed unusual properties. It subsequently disappeared. Beyond these basic facts lies a realm of speculation, theory, and wonder. Without physical evidence to examine, the true nature of the Alaskan sphere remains one of the ocean's most tantalizing modern mysteries. The case highlights a broader truth about our relationship with the deep ocean. We have explored less than 5% of our ocean floors in any detail. The deep sea remains the largest and least understood environment on our planet. In many ways, it is more alien and inaccessible to us than the surface of the moon. What other anomalous objects, creatures, or phenomena might lie hidden in the vast, dark expanses we have yet to explore? Whether the metallic sphere represents advanced human technology, natural phenomena that we don't yet understand, evidence of non-human intelligence, or something else entirely, it serves as a humbling reminder of how much we have yet to learn about our own planet. The oceans, particularly their deepest regions, continue to surprise us with discoveries that challenge our understanding of what's possible and what might exist in the lightless depths that cover most of our world. As technology advances and we develop better tools for deep-sea exploration, will we encounter more such anomalies? And if so, will we finally be able to determine their origin and nature? Or will they continue to elude explanation, reminding us that despite all our technological progress, the deep ocean remains a realm of profound mystery, a place where the boundaries between the known and unknown, the possible and impossible, continue to blur beneath miles of dark, cold water. Below 1,000 meters beneath the ocean's surface lies a realm of perpetual darkness known as the abyssal zone. This vast region makes up over 75% of the ocean's total volume, yet it remains one of the least explored environments on our planet. Here, in the crushing pressure and eternal night, life exists in forms so alien they might as well be from another world. But what truly haunts the imagination of deep-sea researchers isn't what we've already discovered. It's what might still be lurking unseen in the darkness. The conditions of the abyssal zone defy human comprehension. Water pressure exceeds 100 times that at the surface, temperatures hover just above freezing, and no sunlight penetrates these depths. Food is incredibly scarce. Only about 1% of the organic material from the surface ever reaches the deep seafloor. Yet against all odds, life has not only survived here but diversified into an astonishing array of specialized creatures. What we know of abyssal life comes primarily from remote cameras, deep-sea submersibles, and the occasional specimen caught in specialized traps. But these methods provide only fleeting glimpses into this vast ecosystem. We've explored less than 1% of the abyssal zone, meaning our understanding of what lives there is fragmentary at best. It's as if we're trying to understand an entire rainforest by looking at a few square meters of ground. This limited exploration has nonetheless revealed creatures that stretch the boundaries of what we thought possible. Consider the gulper eel, with its massive expandable jaw capable of swallowing prey larger than itself. Or the black swallower, a fish that can consume animals 4 times its own size. Then there's the fangtooth, with the largest teeth relative to body size of any fish in the ocean, so large they can't even close their mouths completely. But what's particularly interesting about these known predators is how they've evolved to hunt in complete darkness. Without light, vision becomes secondary to other senses. Many deep-sea predators have developed extraordinary adaptations, pressure-sensitive lateral lines that can detect the slightest movement in the water, chemoreceptors capable of smelling prey from vast distances, or bioluminescent lures that attract unsuspecting victims. These adaptations raise a fascinating question. If evolution has produced such extraordinary hunting strategies in the creatures we've discovered, what might it have created in the vast, unexplored regions of the abyss? What predators might be lurking just beyond the reach of our cameras and submersibles? The history of deep-sea exploration provides reason for speculation. Nearly every major expedition to the abyss returns with discoveries of new species, often with capabilities that surprise even seasoned marine biologists. In 2012, researchers exploring the Mariana Trench captured footage of massive, previously unknown crustaceans nearly a foot-long supergiant amphipods that dwarfed their known relatives. If creatures this large could remain undiscovered in one of the most studied deep-sea environments, what might exist in the countless unexplored abyssal plains? Historical accounts from sailors and fishermen have long included tales of enormous sea creatures emerging from the depths. While many such stories can be dismissed as exaggeration or misidentification, others contain details that align surprisingly well with scientific discoveries made centuries later. The giant squid, once considered a maritime myth, wasn't photographed alive until 2004, despite growing to lengths of up to 43 feet and weighing nearly a ton. Even more remarkable is the case of the colossal squid, which wasn't documented scientifically until the 1920s and wasn't captured intact until 2007. This massive predator can weigh up to 750 kilograms and possesses the largest eyes of any known animal, dinner plate-sized organs specially adapted for detecting prey in the darkness of the deep. If creatures this enormous could evade scientific documentation for so long, what else might remain hidden? The abyssal zone is not a uniform environment, but includes a variety of habitats: vast muddy plains, underwater mountains, deep trenches, and hydrothermal vents. Each of these sub-environments might harbor specialized predators adapted to their unique conditions. Hydrothermal vents, for instance, create oases of abundant energy in the otherwise food-poor abyss. These hot spots could potentially support larger, more active predators than the surrounding areas. Underwater mountain ranges, seamounts that rise thousands of meters from the abyssal floor but don't reach the surface, create their own unique ecosystems. These features disrupt ocean currents, creating upwellings that concentrate nutrients and attract a variety of marine life. They effectively become islands of biodiversity in the deep sea, potentially allowing the evolution of specialized predators found nowhere else. The abyssal trenches, where the ocean floor plunges to its greatest depths, represent another specialized environment that might harbor unknown predators. These trenches experience even greater pressure, lower temperatures, and more extreme isolation than the surrounding abyss. The creatures that have adapted to these conditions, known as hadal fauna, often display unique adaptations not seen elsewhere. Could specialized trench predators exist that we've yet to document? What might these unknown abyssal predators look like? Based on what we know of deep-sea adaptation, they would likely possess several key characteristics. First, energy efficiency would be paramount in this food-scarce environment. Rather than being the massive, active hunters of popular imagination, The most successful large predators might be ambush hunters that expend minimal energy waiting for prey to come to them. They would almost certainly possess extraordinary sensory capabilities, perhaps able to detect the electrical fields generated by the muscle movements of prey, or sensitive enough to hear the sound of water displaced by a swimming animal from great distances. Some might use bioluminescence not just as lures, but as a form of sonar, flashing light to illuminate prey and judge distance in the darkness. Their bodies would be adapted to the extreme pressure, perhaps with specialized cellular structures or body fluids that remain stable under conditions that would crush conventional organisms. They might possess transparent or extremely dark bodies to blend into their surroundings, making them nearly impossible to spot even when directly illuminated by submersible lights. Their metabolism might be extraordinarily slow, allowing them to survive for months or even years between meals. We know that some deep-sea fish like the orange roughy can live for over 100 years. What might be the lifespan of larger abyssal predators with similarly slow metabolisms? Could there be individual creatures lurking in the deep that have been hunting the same territory since before humans first took to the seas in ships? One intriguing possibility is that some abyssal predators might be descendants of species we thought were extinct. The coelacanth, a fish thought to have died out with the dinosaurs 65 million years ago, was famously discovered alive in 1938 off the coast of South Africa. The stable, unchanging environment of the deep sea can act as a refuge for ancient lineages that have disappeared elsewhere. Could other living fossils, perhaps even large predatory forms, still patrol the abyssal depths? Tantalizing evidence for unknown large predators occasionally emerges from the deep. In the 1980s, research submersibles exploring hydrothermal vents in the Pacific reported encounters with enormous shadow-like creatures that moved just beyond the range of their lights. Sonar operators on research vessels have detected large, fast-moving objects at abyssal depths that don't match the acoustic signatures of known species. And deep-sea cameras occasionally capture images of large eyes reflecting back from the darkness, belonging to animals that retreat before they can be identified. Perhaps most compelling are the damaged specimens that sometimes appear in deep-sea trawl nets, smaller abyssal creatures bearing wound patterns that don't match the hunting styles of any known predators. Marine biologists have documented unusual circular suction, marks much larger than those produced by giant squid, bite patterns that don't align with any known dentition, and injuries suggesting attack methods never observed in documented species. The vast network of deep-sea hydrophones originally installed to track submarines has occasionally picked up unusual biological sounds from abyssal depths, low-frequency calls, or communicative patterns that remain unidentified. Some of these sounds suggest animals of considerable size, perhaps using acoustic communication to coordinate hunting or mating behaviors in the darkness. What's particularly fascinating about the possibility of unknown abyssal predators is how they might have evolved in isolation from surface ecosystems. The deep sea has remained relatively unchanged for millions of years, while mass extinctions dramatically reshaped life on the surface. The stable environment of the abyss might have allowed ancient lineages to persist and evolve along separate paths. The result could be predatory strategies and adaptations entirely different from anything we're familiar with. As climate change and human activities increasingly impact surface ocean ecosystems, understanding the abyss takes on new urgency. The deep ocean plays a crucial role in global carbon cycles and climate regulation. The creatures that have evolved there, including any undiscovered predators, represent unique adaptations that could have scientific and medical applications. Some deep-sea organisms produce compounds with antibiotic or anti-cancer properties. What biological innovations might large, specialized abyssal predators possess? The prospect of discovering truly novel large predators in the abyss is not merely a matter of scientific curiosity. It speaks to something deeper in the human psyche, our fascination with the unknown, with monsters real and imagined, and with the possibility that our world is still wild enough to harbor mysteries. In an age where satellite imagery has mapped every mountain and desert, the lightless depths of the ocean remain a final frontier, a place where imagination and possibility still reign. As new technologies make deeper, longer exploration possible, we inch closer to answering the question of what truly lurks in the endless darkness of the abyss. Autonomous underwater vehicles capable of withstanding extreme pressures are now able to explore deeper and longer than ever before. Advanced sonar and environmental DNA sampling allow scientists to detect the presence of organisms without directly observing them. These tools may soon provide definitive evidence of abyssal predators beyond our current knowledge. Until then, the abyss keeps its secrets, a vast realm of darkness where evolution has had millions of years to craft predators perfectly adapted to one of Earth's most extreme environments. When we stare into the darkness of the deep ocean, we're looking not just into space, but into time, a living museum of evolutionary possibility where the line between what is known and what is possible grows increasingly blurred with each new discovery. The next time you find yourself on the ocean, take a moment to consider what might be moving in the darkness far below. The surface you see represents less than 1% of the ocean's volume. The rest is abyssal darkness, largely unexplored, potentially harboring predators that would challenge our understanding of life itself. Ancient hunters that have never seen the light of day, perfectly adapted to their eternal night, wading in the crushing depths where humans have rarely ventured. In the vast expanse of ocean that covers our planet, ships sometimes vanish without a trace, leaving behind only questions and theories. But few disappearances have captivated our imagination or defied explanation quite like the case of the USS Cyclops. This massive naval vessel simply ceased to exist one day in March 1918, becoming one of the largest single losses of life in United States naval history, not directly involving combat. Yet despite extensive searches and investigations spanning more than a century, not a single piece of wreckage, not one life jacket, not even an oil slick has ever been found. It's as if the ocean itself opened up and swallowed the ship whole. The USS Cyclops was no small vessel that could easily be overlooked. She was a massive Proteus-class collier, stretching 542 feet in length and displacing over 19,000 tons when fully loaded. Built in 1910, the Cyclops was designed to carry coal to fuel the Navy's steam-powered ships, but she could also transport troops and cargo when needed. She was a workhorse of the fleet, reliable and sturdy. At least, that's what everyone thought. The fateful final voyage began routinely enough. In late February 1918, the Cyclops departed from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, under the command of Lieutenant Commander George Worley. The ship was carrying over 10,000 tons of manganese ore, a crucial material for manufacturing steel used in the war effort of World War I. She had a crew of 158 men on board, along with 57 passengers, bringing the total number of souls to 215. The Cyclops made a scheduled stop in Barbados on March 3rd and 4th to take on additional supplies. Witnesses who saw the ship in port reported nothing unusual. The weather was fair, the crew seemed in good spirits, and the massive vessel appeared to be in perfect working order. Lieutenant Commander Worley reported no mechanical issues, no concerns about the cargo, nothing that would hint at the impending disaster. On March 4th, the Cyclops left Barbados, setting course for Baltimore, Maryland, just a 9-day journey through familiar waters. She was never seen again. When the Cyclops failed to arrive in Baltimore on March 13th, there was no immediate alarm. Communications at sea in 1918 were limited, and delays were not uncommon. But as days stretched into weeks with no word, concern grew. The Navy launched what was, at that time, the largest search in its history. Ships scoured the projected route. Aircraft, still a relatively new technology for maritime searches, were deployed. Radio operators listened constantly for any distress signal. They found nothing. What makes the disappearance of the Cyclops so perplexing is the complete absence of evidence. Even in the worst maritime disasters, something usually remains: debris, oil, bodies, or at least a distress call. The Cyclops simply vanished without sending a single radio message indicating trouble. It was as if the ship and all 215 people aboard had been erased from existence. The mystery deepens when you consider the route. The final leg of the Cyclops' journey would have taken her directly through what would later become known as the Bermuda Triangle, that infamous region of the Atlantic bounded roughly by Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico. Though the term wouldn't be coined until decades later, the area already had a reputation among sailors for strange occurrences and unexplained disappearances. Was the Cyclops an early victim of whatever mysterious forces some believe haunt these waters? Theories about what happened to the USS Cyclops range from the plausible to the fantastic. The official naval investigation at the time considered several possibilities, all inconclusive. One of the most straightforward explanations is that the ship simply foundered in a sudden, powerful storm. March in the Atlantic can bring unexpected and violent weather, and if caught in a powerful storm, the Cyclops, with its heavy cargo of manganese ore, might have capsized or broken apart quickly, giving the crew no time to radio for help. This theory gained some credibility from reports of unusually rough seas in the region around the time of the disappearance. Additionally, there were concerns about the Cyclops' structural integrity. The ship had a known mechanical issue with one of its engines, which was not functioning during this voyage. Some naval architects have suggested that the vessel's design, combined with the dense, shifting cargo of manganese ore, could have made it vulnerable to catastrophic structural failure under certain conditions. Yet if the ship had been destroyed by a storm or structural failure, wouldn't some wreckage have been found? The Atlantic shipping lanes were busy, even during wartime, and floating debris would likely have been spotted. Another theory centers on the possibility of German attack. World War I was raging at the time, and German submarines were active in the Atlantic. Could the Cyclops have been torpedoed without warning? While possible, German naval records examined after the war contained no mention of an attack on the Cyclops. Furthermore, German U-boat commanders were meticulous in documenting their victories, and none claimed this significant prize. More controversially, some have questioned the loyalty of Lieutenant Commander Worley himself. Born in Germany as Johann Wichmann before emigrating to America and changing his name, Worley was known to be a strict and sometimes cruel captain, disliked by many of his crew. There were unsubstantiated rumors that he might have been sympathetic to his homeland and could have deliberately delivered the ship and its valuable cargo to German forces. Yet no evidence has ever emerged to support this theory, and the logistics of such a betrayal would have been extremely complex, requiring the silencing of over 200 American sailors and passengers. As decades passed with no answers, more exotic theories emerged. The Bermuda Triangle connection invited speculation about paranormal forces, time warps, alien abductions, and encounters with gigantic sea monsters. While these explanations lack scientific backing, they speak to our human need to find some answer, any answer, when faced with such a complete and baffling disappearance. In more recent years, advances in deep-sea exploration technology have given some hope that the mystery might one day be solved. Modern sonar and underwater vehicles can map and explore the ocean floor in ways unimaginable in 1918. Various expeditions have attempted to locate the wreck of the Cyclops, but the search area is vast, and the Atlantic seabed is a complex landscape of canyons, mountains, and abyssal plains. The ship could lie hidden in any number of difficult-to-access locations. What we do know is that the USS Cyclops was not alone in its fate. Her sister ships, the USS Proteus and USS Nereus, both later disappeared under similar mysterious circumstances in the same region during World War II. All three ships were of identical design, all carried similar cargoes, and all vanished without a trace. this pattern has only deepened the mystery surrounding these vessels. Was there some fatal flaw in their design that made them vulnerable to catastrophic failure under certain conditions? Or is there something more inexplicable at work in those waters? The human toll of the Cyclops disaster extends far beyond the 215 lives lost. Families waited for news that never came. Parents, spouses, and children lived with uncertainty, never knowing exactly what happened to their loved ones. With no wreckage, no bodies, no definitive answers, there could be no real closure. Some relatives held onto hope for years, imagining scenarios where the ship had been blown far off course or where survivors might have reached some uncharted island. Navy Secretary Josephus Daniels summed up the mystery in his annual report of 1918, writing, "The disappearance of this ship has been one of the most baffling mysteries in the annals of the Navy, all attempts to locate her having proved unsuccessful. Many theories have been advanced, but none that satisfactorily accounts for her disappearance." More than a century later, those words still ring true. The USS Cyclops remains one of the greatest maritime mysteries of all time, a ghost ship sailing forever through our imagination, a reminder of the ocean's power to keep its secrets. Whatever force claimed this mighty vessel and the souls aboard her, be it storm, structural failure, enemy action, or something more mysterious, did its work with such totality, such finality, that not a single trace remained to tell the tale. For now, the deep Atlantic holds the answers, as it has for over 100 years. The vanishing of the USS Cyclops stands as a sobering reminder that even in our modern age of GPS, satellite tracking, and instant communication, the sea remains a place of mystery and danger. When we venture out upon the waves, we do so at nature's mercy, just as sailors have done throughout human history. And sometimes, like the crew of the Cyclops, we venture out, never to return, becoming part of the ocean's eternal, enigmatic story. Deep beneath the azure waters of the Aegean Sea, just off the Greek island of Kea, lies the ghostly remains of what was once the largest, most technologically advanced hospital ship in the world. The HMHS Britannic, sister ship to the infamous Titanic, rests on her starboard side in the silent darkness, 400 feet below the surface. Unlike her more famous sibling, the Britannic has been largely forgotten by the public consciousness, her story overshadowed by the Titanic's iconic tragedy. Yet the sinking of the Britannic holds mysteries that continue to baffle maritime experts and historians to this day. Chief among these is a simple but profound question. Why did this supposedly unsinkable ship, redesigned specifically to correct the Titanic's fatal flaws, sink nearly 3 times faster than her sister? The story of the Britannic begins in the aftermath of the Titanic disaster. The White Star Line had commissioned 3 Olympic-class ocean liners, the Olympic, the Titanic, and the Britannic, originally to be named Gigantic until the Titanic's sinking made such a grandiose name seem tempting fate. When the Titanic struck an iceberg and sank on her maiden voyage in April 1912, claiming over 1,500 lives, the Britannic was still under construction at the Harland and Wolff shipyard in Belfast. The disaster prompted immediate and significant design changes to make the Britannic truly unsinkable. Engineers raised the height of her watertight bulkheads and extended them across more of the ship. They reinforced her hull, doubled the number of lifeboats, and installed a state-of-the-art watertight door system that could be closed instantly from the bridge. The Britannic, in theory, could remain afloat with 6 of her compartments flooded, compared to the Titanic's 4. She was, by all accounts, the safest ocean liner ever built, a floating monument to lessons learned from tragedy. World War I interrupted the Britannic's intended career as a luxury liner. In 1915, before she ever carried a single paying passenger, she was requisitioned by the British Admiralty and converted into a hospital ship. Painted white with large red crosses, HMHS Britannic was assigned to transport wounded soldiers from the Mediterranean back to Britain. She completed 5 successful voyages in this role, earning a reputation for reliability and comfort. Her sixth voyage would be her last. On the morning of November 21, 1916, the Britannic was steaming through the Kia Channel in the Aegean Sea. The weather was clear, the sea calm. At 8:12 a.m., a tremendous explosion rocked the ship. Some witnesses reported seeing a plume of water erupt along the starboard side near the bow. Almost immediately, the Britannic began to list to starboard. Captain Charles Bartlett, an experienced seaman known as Iceberg Charlie for his caution in northern waters, ordered damage control teams to assess the situation while maintaining the ship's forward momentum. The initial reports were concerning but not catastrophic. Several forward compartments were flooding, but the watertight doors had closed automatically. Based on the Britannic's design improvements, she should have remained afloat for hours, giving plenty of time for an orderly evacuation of the 1,066 people on board. Instead, within just 55 minutes, the massive ship rolled onto her starboard side and sank beneath the waves. The speed of her demise defied explanation. The Titanic, with far fewer safety features, had remained afloat for 2 hours and 40 minutes after striking the iceberg. How could her improved sister ship sink so much faster? 30 people lost their lives in the sinking, a remarkably low number given the circumstances, testament to both Captain Bartlett's leadership and the lessons learned from the Titanic disaster regarding lifeboats and evacuation procedures. Most of the casualties occurred when 2 lifeboats were launched against orders while the ship was still moving forward, drawing them into the still-turning propellers with horrific results. In the immediate aftermath, the question of what caused the initial explosion dominated investigations. The Britannic was in a war zone, and German mines and submarines were active in the area. The German government denied responsibility, and no U-boat claimed the kill, but suspicion naturally fell on enemy action. The British Admiralty's official report concluded that the Britannic had struck a naval mine. Case closed, or so it seemed. But as decades passed and underwater technology advanced, allowing detailed exploration of the wreck, new evidence emerged that complicated this neat explanation. The legendary oceanographer Jacques Cousteau was the first to extensively examine the Britannic wreck in 1976. His team found evidence of damage consistent with an explosion on the starboard side between the bow and the bridge. This seemed to confirm the mine theory, but questions remained about why the ship sank so quickly despite its enhanced safety features. The mystery deepened in the 1990s and 2000s as more sophisticated expeditions revealed new details. The pattern of damage was unusual for a simple mine strike. Some experts began to suggest that the Britannic might have been hit by a torpedo, possibly from the German submarine, which was known to be operating in the area. Others proposed that she might have been carrying secret munitions, despite her protected status as a hospital ship, which could have triggered secondary explosions. But the most perplexing question remained: why did she sink so fast? Even with the damage from an explosion, the Britannic's improved compartmentalization should have kept her afloat much longer. The answer to this riddle began to emerge from careful study of survivor accounts and the wreck itself. Unlike the Titanic's nighttime disaster in the frigid North Atlantic, the Britannic sank on a warm morning in the Mediterranean. Many of the ship's portholes had been opened to ventilate the wards where the wounded would soon be housed. When the explosion occurred and the ship began to list, these open portholes that should have been safely above the waterline, dipped below the surface, allowing seawater to pour in above the watertight bulkheads, effectively bypassing the very safety systems designed to keep the ship afloat. This tragic irony, that the hospital ship sank partly because of preparations to make patients more comfortable, adds a poignant dimension to the disaster. But some maritime experts remain unsatisfied with this explanation alone. The Britannic's rate of flooding still seems excessive, even accounting for the open portholes. Some have suggested that the initial explosion might have caused more extensive damage than previously thought, possibly rupturing multiple compartments simultaneously. In 2003, maritime historian Simon Mills purchased the wreck of the Britannic from the British government, becoming her legal owner. His expeditions have used advanced imaging technology to map the wreck in unprecedented detail. These investigations revealed that the damage extends along more of the starboard side than would be expected from a single mine or torpedo. This has led to speculation that the Britannic might have struck multiple mines or suffered some kind of secondary explosion. Another theory focuses on the Britannic's watertight door system. Some researchers have suggested that Captain Bartlett's decision to maintain forward momentum after the explosion might have put additional stress on damaged bulkheads or prevented some watertight doors from sealing properly. The ship's advanced electrical systems, which controlled these doors, might have been compromised by seawater, causing failures in the very systems designed to save her. Perhaps most intriguing is the coal bunker theory. Like many ships of her era, the Britannic used coal to fuel her engines. Coal stored in bunkers along the hull could sometimes spontaneously combust if improperly managed, and the resulting fires could weaken metal bulkheads. Some experts have proposed that the Britannic might have had smoldering coal fires in bunkers adjacent to where the external explosion occurred, creating a perfect storm of cascading failures that overwhelmed even her improved safety systems. What makes the Britannic sinking particularly mysterious is how it challenges our understanding of maritime safety. Here was a ship specifically redesigned to prevent the exact type of disaster that claimed her sister, yet she succumbed even faster. It forces us to confront uncomfortable questions about the limits of technology and human foresight in the face of the sea's unpredictable dangers. Today, the Britannic rests as the world's largest intact passenger shipwreck, a time capsule of Edwardian engineering and wartime tragedy. Unlike the Titanic, which lies crushed and deteriorating in the crushing depths of the North Atlantic, the Britannic is relatively well preserved in the clearer, less corrosive waters of the Aegean. She has become a destination for technical divers, though at 400 feet deep, she remains accessible only to the most experienced. Each new expedition to the wreck yields additional clues, but a complete explanation for her rapid sinking remains elusive. Perhaps that's fitting for the forgotten sister of the world's most famous shipwreck, that she too should retain some of her secrets, some element of maritime mystery that continues to draw us back to her story, wondering what really happened on that clear November morning in 1916 when the unsinkable sank in less than an hour. For now, the Britannic keeps her secrets, lying in silence on the seabed, a ghostly reminder of how even the most carefully designed vessels remain at the mercy of the sea. Her story lacks the glamour and tragedy of the Titanic, with its wealthy passengers and maiden voyage hubris, but in many ways the Britannic's mystery runs deeper, a puzzle of engineering, warfare, and human decision-making that continues to defy complete explanation. In the pitch-black silence of the North Atlantic, 2.5 miles beneath the surface, lies perhaps the most famous shipwreck in history. The RMS Titanic rests in two main pieces on the ocean floor, slowly deteriorating as salt water and microorganisms consume her once grand bulk. Since her discovery by Robert Ballard in 1985, the Titanic has been visited by numerous expeditions, each time revealing new details about her condition and surroundings. But in recent years, something strange has been happening around the wreck site, something that sends chills down the spines of experienced explorers and scientists alike. Mysterious sounds, often described as mechanical or metallic in nature, have been recorded near the Titanic's final resting place. Sounds that shouldn't exist at that crushing depth. Sounds that suggest movement, activity, or presence where none should be. The first reports of unusual acoustics came in the early 2000s during a routine scientific monitoring mission. Researchers had placed hydrophones, underwater microphones, near the wreck to record ambient ocean noise as part of a study on deep-sea ecology. When reviewing the recordings, audio technicians noticed something odd: rhythmic clanging sounds that didn't match any known biological source or expected geological activity. The sounds occurred in patterns that seemed almost deliberate sequences of metallic echoes that would persist for minutes before stopping abruptly, only to resume hours or days later. Initially, these anomalies were dismissed as equipment malfunctions or interference from surface vessels. The extreme depths of the Titanic site create enormous pressure, over 6,000 pounds per square inch, that can cause even sophisticated equipment to behave unpredictably. But as subsequent expeditions captured similar recordings with different equipment, the coincidence became harder to ignore. In 2012, during the centennial commemorations of the Titanic disaster, an expedition using advanced submersibles reported hearing strange sounds in real time. The submersible pilots, veteran deep-sea explorers with thousands of hours of dive time, described hearing what sounded like mechanical groaning and metal striking metal while navigating near the bow section. One pilot reported that the sounds were so distinct that he initially believed another submersible must be operating nearby, though none was scheduled to be in the area. These accounts might have remained curiosities, filed away as unexplained anomalies, if not for what happened during a 2017 documentary filming expedition. A team using state-of-the-art recording equipment captured what has become known as the Titanic sequence, a 14-minute audio recording of escalating mechanical sounds that cannot be easily explained by known natural phenomena. The sequence begins with low, rumbling vibrations that gradually transform into distinct metallic impacts, followed by what sounds like a prolonged scraping noise. The recording ends with several loud booms that seem to reverberate through the water. Audio analysis experts from 3 different universities have examined the recording, and none have been able to definitively identify the source of these sounds. What makes the Titanic sequence particularly baffling is that it occurred during a period when no other human activity was taking place near the wreck. The nearest surface vessel was stationary over 2 miles away, and no submersibles were in operation at the time. So what could be causing these mysterious sounds? Theories range from the scientific to the sensational, each with its proponents and skeptics. The most conservative explanation focuses on the wreck itself. The Titanic is gradually collapsing under its own weight as decades of exposure to salt water weaken its steel structure. Engineers suggest that this deterioration could produce unexpected noises as metal stress points fail and sections shift. The great ship is, in effect, still sinking, slowly crumbling into the seabed in a process that might continue for decades or centuries. These structural movements could theoretically produce sounds similar to those recorded. Yet this theory has a significant flaw: the pattern and regularity of some of the recorded sounds. Natural deterioration tends to produce random, unpredictable noises, not the rhythmic sequences that characterize many of the recordings. Furthermore, the intensity of some sounds would require substantial movements within the wreck, yet comparative imaging from different expeditions shows only gradual changes in the Titanic's condition, not the dramatic shifts such sounds would suggest. A second theory involves geological activity on the ocean floor. The North Atlantic is tectonically active, with underwater fault lines that occasionally slip, causing minor seismic events. These movements could potentially cause rocks or sediment to shift against the wreck's hull, producing resonant metallic sounds. Some oceanographers have suggested that methane releases from the seabed, a natural process where gas trapped in seafloor sediment occasionally bubbles up, could interact with the wreck in ways that generate unusual acoustics. However, geological explanations face similar challenges to the deterioration theory. The pattern and timing of the sounds don't align well with typical seismic or gas release events, which tend to be more sporadic and less structured. A third, more controversial theory suggests human intervention, specifically unauthorized salvage operations. Since the Titanic's discovery, there has been an ongoing debate about the ethics and legality of removing artifacts from the wreck. While legitimate archaeological expeditions operate with permits and oversight, there have long been rumors of clandestine missions to recover valuable items from the debris field. Could these sounds be evidence of secretive salvage operations, perhaps using advanced robotics to avoid detection? The practical obstacles to such operations are formidable. Reaching the Titanic requires significant resources, specialized equipment, and expertise that few organizations possess. The site is also increasingly monitored, making sustained covert activity difficult to conceal. Still, the financial incentive is substantial. Titanic artifacts can fetch enormous sums at auction, potentially justifying the risk and expense for determined treasure hunters. And then there are the more exotic theories. The deep ocean remains one of the least explored environments on Earth, with new species and phenomena still being discovered regularly. Some marine biologists have proposed that the sounds could be produced by unknown deep-sea creatures, perhaps large squid or other organisms interacting with the wreck. The Titanic has essentially become an artificial reef, providing habitat for various marine life, and the behaviors of deep-sea species around such structures are not fully understood. More speculative still are theories involving military activity. Both during and after the Cold War, the deep ocean has been an arena for classified naval operations. Submarines with advanced capabilities, underwater detection systems, and even autonomous underwater vehicles have been developed by various nations' militaries. Could the sounds be evidence of covert observation or testing near the famous wreck site? Chosen perhaps because it provides a recognized reference point in the vastness of the deep Atlantic. There is a precedent for such activity. In the 1970s and 1980s, the United States Navy used deep-sea features to hide hydrophone arrays for tracking Soviet submarines as part of the Sound Surveillance System, SOSUS. More recently, both Russian and American unmanned submersibles have demonstrated the ability to operate at extreme depths for extended periods. The Titanic, as a well-mapped location of no strategic importance, could theoretically serve as a convenient waypoint for testing such technologies. Perhaps the most unsettling theory is that the sounds indicate something moving inside the wreck itself. The interior spaces of the Titanic, while compressed and deteriorated, still contain corridors and rooms that haven't been fully explored. Remote operating vehicles, ROVs, have provided glimpses of the ship's interior, but many areas remain inaccessible due to collapse or the danger of disturbing the structure. Could something, whether natural or manufactured, be moving within these spaces? In 2019, an expedition using a new generation of compact ROVs attempted to investigate the source of the sounds by deploying acoustic sensors at various points around and within accessible areas of the wreck. The results were inconclusive but intriguing. While no definitive source was identified, the expedition did determine that at least some of the sounds appeared to originate from within the bow section, in areas too confined for their ROVs to navigate. Adding to the mystery, the frequency and intensity of these sounds seem to be increasing. Comparative analysis of recordings from 2005, 2012, and 2019 shows a clear trend. Whatever is causing these noises is becoming more active or more numerous. This progression has led some researchers to express concern about potential threats to the wreck's stability, while others see it as evidence supporting the structural collapse theory. The ship is deteriorating at an accelerating rate. What makes the mystery of the Titanic sounds particularly compelling is how it intersects with our human relationship to this iconic wreck. The Titanic is not merely a shipwreck. It is a cultural touchstone, a moment frozen in time that continues to fascinate and haunt us more than a century later. The idea that something might be happening to the wreck, something we can hear but cannot see or fully understand, taps into our deeper anxieties about the ocean's vastness and mystery. The Titanic lies in what oceanographers call the abyssal zone, a realm of perpetual darkness and near-freezing temperatures where the pressure would crush a human instantly. It is, in many ways, as alien and inaccessible as another planet. That something could be moving, changing, or operating in this hostile environment without our knowledge or understanding is both scientifically intriguing and psychologically unsettling. For now, the sounds remain unexplained, joining the long list of oceanic mysteries that continue to challenge our understanding of the deep. Future expeditions, equipped with ever more advanced technology, may eventually identify their source. Until then, the Titanic continues its slow dissolution in the darkness, accompanied by strange mechanical symphonies that remind us how little we truly know about what happens in the depths of our own planet. Imagine diving deep beneath the waves of the Gulf of Mexico, descending through increasingly dimmer waters until the sunlight fades entirely, leaving you in the perpetual night of the deep ocean. At 3,000 feet below the surface, your submersible's powerful lights illuminate a truly alien landscape. A perfectly flat, mirror-like surface reflecting back at you, bordered by what appears to be a shoreline complete with lapping waves. You've discovered something that seems impossible, a lake within the ocean itself. This is not a hallucination or a trick of the light. It's a brine pool, one of the strangest and most mesmerizing phenomena in the deep sea, a liquid anomaly that defies our intuitive understanding of how the ocean works. But how can a lake exist at the bottom of the ocean? The answer reveals a complex interplay of geology, chemistry, and extreme biology that continues to amaze scientists decades after these formations were first discovered. Brine pools are exactly what their name suggests, highly concentrated pools of salt water that are so dense they don't mix with the surrounding ocean water. They form distinct bodies with clear boundaries, complete with their own shorelines and surface tension. The effect is so pronounced that submersibles can actually float on their surface, unable to easily penetrate the dense, hypersaline layer. From above, they appear as still, mirror-like surfaces reflecting the lights of research vessels, creating an otherworldly scene that researchers have described as both beautiful and eerie. The Gulf of Mexico is home to dozens of these underwater lakes, ranging in size from small ponds to expanses the size of a football field or larger. The most famous is perhaps the Jacuzzi of Despair, discovered in 2015, a 100-foot diameter pool with waters 4 times saltier than the surrounding ocean and temperatures reaching up to 65 degrees Celsius, nearly hot enough to boil your morning egg. These conditions make it lethal to most marine life, earning its ominous nickname. But how do these bizarre formations come to exist? The story begins millions of years ago, when much of what is now the Gulf of Mexico was a shallow, landlocked sea. As water evaporated in the hot prehistoric climate, it left behind massive salt deposits that were eventually buried under layers of sediment as the region transformed over geological time. These ancient salt deposits, some dating back 200 million years, now lie thousands of feet below the modern Gulf seafloor. Salt has a peculiar property. When buried under immense pressure, it becomes somewhat plastic and flows like an extremely slow-moving liquid. Over millennia, these buried salt deposits began to push upward through weaknesses in the overlying sediment, forming what geologists call salt domes. As these domes rise closer to the seafloor, they encounter groundwater that dissolves the salt, creating super-concentrated brine that seeps out onto the ocean floor. When this ultra-salty water emerges from the seafloor, something remarkable happens. Because the brine is significantly denser than normal seawater, often containing 3 to 5 times more salt, it doesn't mix. Instead, it pools in depressions on the seafloor, creating distinct bodies of hypersaline water with clearly defined boundaries. The effect is so dramatic that from a submersible, it looks exactly like a terrestrial lake, complete with what appears to be a shoreline where the dense brine meets the relatively fresher ocean water. What makes these brine pools even more fascinating is their chemistry. Beyond just being salty, they're often rich in methane and hydrogen sulfide, creating an environment that's toxic to most life forms. The water in these pools is also typically depleted of oxygen. Scientists describe them as anoxic. meaning they contain essentially no dissolved oxygen that most marine creatures need to survive. For most fish and invertebrates that accidentally swim into a brine pool, the encounter is fatal. The extreme salinity causes them to be instantly pickled, their cells rupturing due to the sudden change in osmotic pressure. Researchers have observed grim kill zones around the perimeters of some brine pools, littered with the preserved remains of unfortunate creatures that ventured too close. Yet remarkably, life finds a way to thrive even in these seemingly hostile environments. The edges of brine pools host unique ecosystems populated by specialized extremophile microorganisms, bacteria and archaea that have evolved to survive and even flourish in conditions that would kill most other life forms. These microbes have developed metabolic pathways that use sulfur compounds rather than oxygen, allowing them to extract energy from chemicals that would be toxic to most organisms. These microbial communities, in turn, support more complex life. Mussels with modified gills containing symbiotic bacteria cluster around the edges of brine pools, along with specialized shrimp and tube worms. These creatures have developed a delicate balancing act, harvesting the rich chemical energy available at the brine pool boundary, while avoiding direct contact with the lethal hypersaline water. The result is a ring of life encircling death, a biological oasis in one of the most extreme environments on Earth. The Jacuzzi of Despair gained its name not just from its lethal properties, but from another strange feature: it's warm. While the surrounding deep ocean hovers just above freezing, the water in this particular brine pool can reach 65 degrees Celsius, 149 degrees Fahrenheit. This heat comes from geothermal activity below the seafloor, where the same geological processes that create the salt domes also drive warm fluids upward. The combination of heat and extreme salinity creates a unique chemical environment that has scientists particularly interested in what lives there. What makes these formations especially valuable to researchers is how they might serve as analogs for environments beyond Earth. The conditions in brine pools, high salinity, extreme pressure, absence of oxygen, unique chemical compositions, bear similarities to what we might find on other worlds in our solar system. Jupiter's moon Europa and Saturn's moon Enceladus both have subsurface oceans that could contain similar hypersaline regions. By studying the life forms that have adapted to Earth's brine pools, astrobiologists gain insights into what kinds of organisms might potentially exist in these extraterrestrial oceans. There's also significant interest in the brine pools from medical and biotechnology researchers. The extremophile organisms living in these harsh environments produce unique enzymes and compounds that function under conditions that would destroy most biological molecules. These have potential applications in everything from industrial processes to pharmaceutical development. Some researchers believe that the next generation of antibiotics might come from these extreme environments, where microorganisms have evolved novel chemical defenses against competing life forms. Beyond their scientific value, there's something philosophically compelling about these underwater lakes. They challenge our basic understanding of what constitutes a lake versus an ocean, blurring the line between distinct types of water bodies that seem so clearly defined on land. They remind us that the natural world doesn't always conform to our neat categorical divisions. The discovery of brine pools is relatively recent in the history of marine exploration. The first were documented in the early 1980s in the Gulf of Mexico, though anecdotal reports from commercial divers described strange, underwater lakes decades earlier. As deep-sea exploration technology has improved, we've found that these formations are more common than initially thought. Beyond the Gulf of Mexico, brine pools have been discovered in the Mediterranean Sea, the Red Sea, and even in the deep waters off Antarctica. What makes the Gulf of Mexico particularly rich in these formations is its unique geological history. The Jurassic-era salt deposits beneath the Gulf are among the most extensive in the world, creating ideal conditions for brine pool formation. As exploration continues, scientists expect to find many more of these underwater lakes scattered across the Gulf's deeper regions. Exploring brine pools presents unique challenges for researchers. Their extreme conditions can damage equipment, and the dense, highly conductive brine interferes with electrical systems. Even modern remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, must be specially modified to operate near these formations. The distinct boundary layer between normal seawater and the hypersaline brine creates unusual optical effects that can confuse both human observers and automated systems. Researchers describe a shimmering, mirage-like distortion at the interface, making precise observations difficult. Perhaps most challenging is collecting samples from within the pools themselves. The same density that creates their lake-like appearance makes it difficult to penetrate their surface with collection equipment. Specialized samplers have been developed that can puncture the surface tension without allowing the brine to mix with regular seawater during the ascent to the surface. Even then, the extreme chemistry of these samples requires specialized handling and storage protocols to prevent contamination or degradation. One of the most fascinating aspects of brine pools is how they create miniature chemoclines, sharp chemical gradients where the brine meets normal seawater. This boundary layer, sometimes just inches thick, represents one of the most extreme environmental transitions found anywhere on Earth. On one side is relatively oxygen-rich seawater. On the other, anoxic brine rich in hydrogen sulfide and methane. This sharp transition creates a biological hotspot where specialized microorganisms thrive, performing chemical transformations that are crucial to the larger ocean ecosystem. These microbial communities include methane-consuming archaea that help prevent this powerful greenhouse gas from reaching the atmosphere. They also include bacteria that oxidize hydrogen sulfide, turning a toxic compound into energy and creating the basis for a food web that supports larger organisms. Without these microscopic creatures adapting to this extreme interface, the chemistry of our oceans and potentially our atmosphere would be significantly different. The pools also have an unusual temporal dimension. Unlike most ocean environments that experience constant mixing and exchange, the interior of brine pools can remain isolated for extraordinary periods. Research suggests that the water at the center of some larger brine pools might have been unchanged for hundreds or even thousands of years, creating what are essentially time capsules of ancient seawater. By studying the chemistry and microbiology of these isolated pockets, scientists can gain insights into how ocean conditions have changed over time. There's something undeniably eerie about these formations as well. Explorers describe an almost supernatural feeling when approaching a brine pool, the perfect stillness of its surface reflecting lights like a mirror, the sharp boundary that looks exactly like a shoreline, the wavering distortion of the chemocline that creates a mirage-like effect. In the perpetual darkness of the deep sea, illuminated only by the lights of a submersible or ROV, the sight is otherworldly. Some researchers have described the sensation as similar to finding an impossible geographical feature, like coming across a waterfall flowing upward or a flame burning underwater. This otherworldliness extends to what happens at the boundary between normal seawater and the brine. Small objects or organisms that sink onto the surface of a brine pool don't immediately penetrate it. Instead, they float on the interface, sometimes gathering in the center as slight currents push them inward. Over time, they may eventually sink through, descending into the toxic environment below, but this process can take hours or even days. The result can be an accumulation of biological material at the center of the pool, a macabre collection of organisms that ventured too close and couldn't escape. The potential for new discoveries in and around these brine pools remains vast. Each expedition seems to find new species adapted to these extreme conditions, many with unique biochemical adaptations that could have applications in medicine, industry, or environmental remediation. The genetics of these extremophiles is of particular interest, as they contain instructions for producing proteins and enzymes that can function under conditions that would denature most biological molecules. One particularly promising area of research involves enzymes from brine pool microbes that remain stable at both high temperatures and high salt concentrations. These could potentially be used in industrial processes that currently require expensive equipment to maintain moderate conditions. By using biological catalysts that naturally function in extreme environments, industries might reduce their energy consumption and environmental impact. There's also growing interest in whether brine pools might serve as natural carbon sequestration sites. The anoxic conditions and specialized microbial communities in these pools process carbon differently than in the open ocean, potentially trapping it in forms that won't return to the atmosphere for millennia. Some researchers are investigating whether these natural processes could be enhanced or replicated as part of broader strategies to address climate change. Despite their scientific value, brine pools face potential threats from human activities. The same geological features that create these pools, salt domes rising from deep deposits, often trap oil and natural gas, making them targets for energy exploration. Drilling activities near brine pool ecosystems could disrupt the delicate balance that sustains their unique biological communities. Increased awareness of these formations has led to calls for protected status for particularly significant or unique pools, similar to marine protected areas established around coral reefs or seamounts. The more we learn about brine pools, the more they challenge our understanding of life's boundaries. Traditional biology textbooks often describe the requirements for life in terms that would exclude the possibility of organisms thriving in conditions like these. Yet here, in one of the most extreme environments on our planet, complex ecosystems flourish, adapting to conditions that seem impossibly hostile. These discoveries force us to reconsider our definitions of habitable environments and expand our conception of life's resilience. For oceanographers, brine pools represent a perfect example of how much remains to be discovered in Earth's oceans. Despite centuries of maritime exploration and decades of scientific research, major features and phenomena continue to be discovered in our ocean depths. The first brine pool was only documented in the 1980s, yet they're now known to be relatively common features in certain regions. What other major discoveries might still await us in the least explored environment on our planet? As technology improves, allowing longer and deeper expeditions with more sophisticated equipment, our understanding of these strange underwater lakes continues to evolve. High-resolution mapping has revealed complex structures within larger brine pools, including internal rivers and streams, where different densities of brine create flowing channels within the larger body. Some pools have been found to contain multiple layers of different chemical compositions, creating stacked environments each with its own unique community of organisms. The mystery of the Gulf of Mexico's brine pools, these lakes within the ocean, reminds us of the ocean's capacity to surprise and challenge us. In an age when we can map distant planets and peer into the furthest reaches of the universe, our own deep oceans remain largely unexplored, hiding phenomena that seem to defy the very laws of nature as we understand them. These impossible lakes, with their mirror-like surfaces reflecting the lights of our submersibles, stand as testament to how much we still have to learn about our own world. For now, the brine pools continue their slow, ancient existence in the darkness of the deep Gulf, their surfaces perfectly still save for the rare disturbance of a research vessel. They are windows into extreme possibilities, reminders of life's tenacity, and portals to understanding environments beyond our planet. In their impossible contradiction, lakes within the ocean, they embody the mystery and wonder that continues to draw us into the depths, searching for answers to questions we're still learning how to ask. As the depths of our oceans fall silent once more, we're left with more questions than answers. The mysteries we've explored today remind us just how little we truly understand about the world beneath the waves. From bizarre creatures that defy explanation to ancient ruins lost to time, the deep sea guards its secrets jealously. But this is why we continue to explore. Because with each discovery, the impossible becomes possible.